Good afternoon, everybody. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge the land we're meeting on is traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually online. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All participants that are virtual will automatically be muted on entry, and when their item is called, they'll be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. Those participating by video appearance will temporarily be upgraded to panelist when your item is being held, and during that time, your camera will be enabled. You'll only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, and at all other times, you'll be disabled and reinstated as attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. People attending in person today that wish to receive a copy of the committee or a decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card. And those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure you include your name, your address, and your email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. For the procedure today, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. When an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired, and when the committee does not require a presentation, we'll let you know. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Again, please note the committee may not entertain revisions to the proposal at the hearing today. Committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or against the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we call on people in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they finish their presentation. And when all speakers are finished, the agent or applicant will have the opportunity to rebut only those issues raised by the previous speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. All right, for our afternoon session, are there any declarations of interest of panel or staff for the afternoon time slot? None? All right, just give me a moment here. All right, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, presume we've dealt with all of the closing files in the morning slot. Are there any deferral requests for the afternoon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, we have 3 deferrals at the 2 p.m. time slot, number 12, 13, and 14.
All right, let's start with item number 12. All right. Item number 12, 45 Lissom Crescent. Purpose of the application is to construct and permit a place of worship. The application requires a number of variances, including variances to permit an accessible parking space in the front yard, variance to permit a place of worship that does not have a lot line abutting to a major street, lot area, lot frontage, lot coverage, front yard setback, exclusion of a 1.5 meter soft landscaping strip along a side lot line, and a 3 meter strip of soft landscaping where it abuts a lot in a residential zone. On file, material from the applicant, letters of objection from 22, 24, 26, 30, 32, 37, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, and 44 Lissom Crescent, as well as 460 and 464 Patricia Avenue, 49 Crispin Crescent, 12 Marathon, 7 Dulane Drive, 18, 26, 33, 50 Stonedean Boulevard, 188, 201, 296 Torresdale Avenue, 34 Cedarcroft Boulevard, 11 Regatta Crescent, 55 Transwell Avenue, 36 Fontainebleau Drive, 73 Millers Grove Drive, 51 Coach Light Way, 104, 111, 114 Fisherville Road, and 18 Shenstone Road. There are also, we will clarify. Yes, thank you. We'll get to that clarification. So I'll retract some of those items there. The addresses that I've provided, there's a long list. Those pertain to letters in support and letters in opposition. So I just want to make that clarification. I do see on file in our package more or less about 22 letters in support, and I see 12 letters in opposition. I suspect that number, I'm going to say more or less because we've been receiving additional material on this item more recently. All right, do we have our agent with us? Please come down, state your name and address. At the podium, just make sure the mic's on. State your name and address for us to get started.
Okay. Good afternoon, committee, and thank you very much for making the time for us. I am the agent and applicant for 45 Lissom Crescent and also an architect. It was brought to my attention about less than an hour ago by email about a letter from the planning staff of their comments about our application. Unbeknownst, I never received this email prior to an hour before the hearing, so we were a little bit caught off guard and didn't know how to prepare for this, but having discussed it with my client, we'd still like to be able to present our case today, so we're not requesting the deferral.
All right.
Okay, and I also wanted to make it clear that it's important. We have a lot of members from the community who are here present in support of our application. So we will present our case when we are asked to come up and talk, but I just wanted to bring that to the committee's attention. And again, thank you very much for your time to accommodate us.
All right, very well. Given that this is a large item, it's going to take some time, I will stand it down. We will come back to it and we will hear it today. I think it's appropriate just to say a couple notes about the staff report that came in. I have not reviewed the staff report, nor will I be looking at it before the hearing today. I don't think it's fair that staff have sent a report in the day of a hearing, and I think there's some significant procedural concerns with that short notice and the lack of disclosure. So no, we don't need applause.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the notification was dated for July 18th, but I was not knowingly aware of it coming into my email box until like an hour before the hearing. So.
Nor were we aware of it. So and if staff are listening, I'm going to state again, I won't be looking at the staff report. I don't care what's in it. It's, as far as I'm concerned, it's late, and it would be unfair to parties of the application if we were to take that evidence in at this hour.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to stand this item down for the moment because it is a larger item. I want to address the other two deferrals so we can get them out of the way, and then we're going to jump in order, going back to item number 10. So I do believe we will get to this very quickly, but in the meantime, let's deal with our other two deferral requests. Item number 13, 105 Gordon Baker Road. The purpose of this application is to permit commercial, recreational, commercial school, day nursery, and a place of worship uses on the property. We have variances, one variance before us related to the uses, which I've noted. On file material from the applicant, correspondence with community planning, and a staff report from community planning. All right, we got our agent or applicant with us. Yes, yep.
Okay. Good afternoon, committee members and the chair. My name is Wajiha Sharok. I'm the agent for the applicant. Address is 3025 Oslo Crescent in Mississauga. We are deferring this application after our detailed conversation with the community planning. And they have, as per our conversation, requested us to provide them with a compatible and mitigation study for which we are working our way. After that is been done, we'll submit it, and after the peer review by the city, we will get directions from the community planning regarding the usages, what we have applied for, and then we will accordingly come to the committee.
All right, very good. You are the only is there anybody else here to speak to this item? And staff, we don't see anybody online. All right, let's take this into committee. So we have a deferral request. Ms. Sankar.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll put forward a motion to defer this application sine die to give the applicant a chance to deliver upon what community planning is requesting of them.
Very good. Do I have a seconder? Second by Mr. Nipfil. All in favor? That's unanimous. That deferral is granted. All right, moving along to item number 14, 28 ELFINDALE Crescent. The purpose of this application is to construct a two-story addition and second-floor addition above a garage. Two variances before us related to building setback from an east side lot line and lot coverage. On file material from the applicant as well as correspondence with community planning. Your agent or applicant with us.
Yes, hello, committee. My name is Kirsten Thompson, and I'm the agent representing the owner of 28 ELFINDALE Crescent.
Ms. Thompson, your address.
My address is 113 Montrose Avenue in Toronto.
Thank you. You're requesting a deferral request today?
Well, unfortunately, the public notice was issued stating that we were requesting an east side yard setback when it's actually a west side yard setback. So we didn't discover this discrepancy until early this week. So even though I think it's a very straightforward application with just two variances, I understand that we have to defer in this situation.
I think that would be a good idea if you want the right setback. All right, thank you for that. I don't see any issue with that. I'm prepared. Let's take this into committee. Mr. Fazeli.
Could I just...
Oh, I'm sorry. Pull us out of committee. Yes, you had something to say?
Sorry, I just, because this was an error, I understand the need for deferral, but if it's at all possible to squeeze this on to the next possible agenda, that would be great.
Yeah, the chair nor the members are in charge of scheduling. My understanding is as soon as you're prepared and your application is complete and ready to be scheduled, staff will schedule in for the first hearing available.
So our application was all correct. It was only the public notice that was wrong. So we're ready whenever. So if
All
we
right.
could do it, yeah.
All right, my advice then would be to put that request in. Should you receive your deferral request today, put that request in to staff and we'll get you scheduled.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Okay, let's go back into committee.
Yes, thank
Mr. Vazzelli.
you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I'd like to forward a motion for deferral of this application. Provides the opportunity for the applicant to make the necessary correction for the requirements. Thank you.
All right, very good. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Mr. Nitfill, all in favor? That's unanimous. That deferral request is approved. Okay, that concludes our deferrals for our 2 p.m. Session. We're going to jump to item number 10, 16 Coldwater Road. The purpose of this application is to permit the reduction of parking spaces provided and the relocation of a loading zone to permit school and childcare facility. This application was previously deferred on October 10th of 2024. Two variances related to the number of parking spaces and the loading. We have on file material from the applicant as well as some email correspondence with transportation. All right, we have our agent with us.
Mr. Chair, we're having trouble locating the agent online.
All
Why
right.
don't we skip to number 11?
All right, let's jump over item number 11, 84 Northwood Drive. Actually, before we do that, staff, just to confirm, they're not even present or they have technical issues? We don't know. MIA, okay. We're going to, it'll get bumped to the last item of our 2 p.m. Slot, so we'll come back to it after item 16. But if the agent is there listening, please be ready for your item. Okay, so let's move on. Item number 11, 84 Northwood Drive. The purpose of this application is to construct a new dwelling with a cabana and pool in the rear yard. Number of variances required. Front platform and canopy setback from an east lot line, rear platform setback from an east lot line, east side yard setback, west side yard setback, side wall height, building length, building depth, number of stories, porch encroachment into a front yard setback and east lot line, number of platforms on a rear main wall, as well as two variances related to platform areas and side yard setback of a canopy. On file, I have material from the applicant, which includes some supporting materials and presentation. I also just want to check, before we go to the agent, we have a second speaker on this item. Is that neighbor in person? Yes, okay. So let's get our agent online. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer.
Sorry, just a quick reminder, this is another one of the late staff reports that came in today.
All right. Let's get our agent on first.
Good afternoon, committee.
I recognize the voice. Mr. Venkowski.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. First question for you: are you aware of the staff report that came in today?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We've been in discussions with planning for probably about 2.5 weeks. We actually had made some of those changes prior to the staff report coming out. Prior to speaking to planning. But what is before you today is 100% reflective of the changes we've made to the variances that matches the staff report.
All right, so my second question, Mr. Bankowski, this staff report from planning has come in late. I am going to ask whether you would be okay if staff, and they have share this report and submit it as part of the record, given
Yes, absolutely.
the fact that
And
it's come in
also,
today.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I'm also okay with the recommended condition tying it to the site plan. And I'll go through that when I start to speak about the proposal itself.
Fantastic. You know my next question is going to be, do you have any modifications? And if so, let's get that public notice up and get that on the record.
Absolutely. I have also filed this I've also filed, I believe, a modified public notice that I've redlined and changed. So I'm not sure if we might be able to bring that up, or you can bring up just the actual public notice and we can do it through there.
Yes, let's do it by bringing up the public notice. At the onset, just for clarification purposes, the modifications, I presume, are in line with the community planning staff report?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Let's go through those for staff.
Variance number 1 and number 2 have been eliminated.
Okay.
Variance number 6 has been revised to 21.49 meters. Variance number 7 matches at 21.49 meters. Variance number 9 has been removed. Variance number 11 has been reduced to 10.36 square meters. And then variance number 12 and 13 have both also been removed. So in essence, what we've done is we've reduced the length of the building, reduced the platform size, and eliminated all of the canopy encroachment and setback variances for the front and rear decks.
All right.
That's
Miss-
another presentation I have for later, but
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm gonna cut you there. Submit, that's good information. Let's save it for your presentation. We do have somebody else to speak to this item, so I would like to hear a presentation. If we can get the 5 minutes up, Mr. Binkowski, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
bear with me for 1 sec. My screen just disappeared on me. If you could just
All right.
bear with me. My apologies.
No problem. Staff haven't started the clock yet, so.
Yeah, just give me one second. I apologize.
No problem. Take a moment.
Adobe just forced quit it on me. Okay, here we go. Okay, all right, just gonna mute myself. Okay, if we could go to page 3 of my support material, please. So I did an FOI and I obtained all of the decisions within the last, it's usually around a 10 to 12 year period now of the decisions. What we've come to see is that building length variances are extremely common along Northwood Drive. I really focused on Northwood Drive itself for what I'm looking at. Of these decisions, 22 of these decisions are greater than the 18.99 meter building length we're proposing for the functional portion of the 2-story building, and I'll circle back to that later on in my discussions. So 22 of these dwellings also had building lengths that are greater than what we are proposing before you. Additionally, we are only requesting a side yard setback reduction of 0.3 meters. We can see also from these decisions that it is very typical, whereas only, I believe it's 5 of the approved dwellings along Northwood had reductions that didn't have reductions of a side yard setback. What we can also see here is typically they're much less than 1.5 meters. We're doing 1.5 and 1.5 on each side. In this instance, as we can see from here, and if we just go on to the next page, because it does continue on 2 pages, we will see there, likewise, essentially a mimicking of what we are proposing before you today. We also see that side main wall height variances are common within this neighborhood, which again, we are proposing before you today. We can go to the next slide, please. So this is classified as a 3-story building, and I will review why that's relevant on my next story, in my next slide. But what I've shown here is 2 things. The functional portion of the dwelling is actually 18.99 meters in building length and depth. If we zoom in on the dwelling itself, we'll see that 21.49 building length request is for a only 1-story breakfast area that is located in the middle of the dwelling. So essentially the impact that we would have to the adjacent dwellings to the east and the west is for an 18.99 building length. You can also notice here the very, very large rear yard setback at 34.17 meters or 112 feet 1. These are extremely deep lots, which again, at about 66.14 meters, is indicative of why we saw so many dwellings that have building length and depth variances. A deeper lot is able to accommodate a larger house, in my opinion. If we could go on to the next page, please. Now, in my opinion, a number of the variances are largely technical in nature, which is arising out of the request for the third story structure. What I've done on the left of the screen is that green area represents if that additional area was excavated in the basement, this would now be considered a two-story house. What's important from this is the actual dwelling would not change above grade. So what you see above grade would be identical. But what that would mean is this would now be classified as a two-story house because the midpoint between the underside of the floor joist and the top of the slab would be lower to the basement. So again, some of the oddities of the zoning bylaw change that came a couple of years ago is leading to a lot of the three-story requests. So if it was excavated that much further, the look of the dwelling would not change. Now, what that would translate to in terms of the variances is it would eliminate the variance for the number of stories. It would also eliminate the variance request for the size of the platform. Because right now, there is a platform at the first floor and a platform at the second floor. Sorry, functionally, the platform is on the second floor and the third floor. If this were to be considered a conventional two-story house, we would lose that request. Additionally, the platform that's accessed off of the living area, which is the request for 10.36 meters, the revised second floor platform meets the zoning bylaw of 4 square meters. So in essence, by just dropping that, we lose 3 variances altogether. We go to the next slide, please. I've just put a couple of pictures of houses. The 3 houses in the middle are essentially directly across the street from the subject application. I've shown you some angles just to show that main roof height, how it relates to what's next to them. This is, again, a built form that is very common in the neighborhood. And I've noticed my clock hasn't started yet, so I could go for another 5 minutes if you like, Mr. Chair. But I think that essentially ends what I have to say.
I appreciate that, Mr. Binkowski. Okay. I'd just like to go back to variance number 8 for a minute. You gave an explanation about this is a variance where 2 stories are permitted. In this case, there's 3, but in your submission, it's a bit of a technical variance in that if you lowered the basement floor, the variance would not apply.
Yeah, if we go back to page 6, the one above.
Yeah. Mr. Binkowski, you can appreciate, I hear this argument all the time. You lower the basement floor and then the variance disappears. But is it not fair to say, that we're kind of circumventing purpose and intent of that specific variance? I mean, perhaps I should ask, in your opinion, what is the purpose and intent of the zoning bylaw as it relates to variance number 8?
As it relates to the maximum number of stories?
Yeah. I mean, if you could just lower the basement floor, I mean, right? Like, is it not intended to, at least my understanding, it's intended to regulate massing, bulk, to just say, we'll drop the basement floor slab and then all of a sudden the variance doesn't apply. Yes, in a technical sense, but is it not, are we circumventing the purpose and intent of that variance by just saying we'll get rid of the basement floor or drop the basement floor?
In my opinion, sir, by dropping the basement floor, that's circumventing the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. I would say that would be the circumvention, would actually be by dropping it, where again, so much of what we, what we look at is really the impact of what is happening, right? In a nutshell, much of this comes down to the impact of what's happening. By dropping that, we're not changing any of the impact. What we're doing is 2 things. We're excavating needlessly and we're creating basements that are extremely deep. The intent and purpose of the number of stories, again, is from a massing perspective to how it fits in with the neighborhood, right? You don't want a bungalow 3 stories where it's not permitted, that type of thing. Now, similarly, if this were to become a multiplex, the 3-story, it's not regulated under the zoning bylaw for that. So in my opinion, there's other ways of circumventing the bylaw. I don't think this is a circumvention of the bylaw.
Okay.
Because I don't think the impact changes if you increase the excavation of the basement to the adjacent neighbors. Because the dwelling looks exactly the same.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. All right, Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brankowski, if you lowered the basement, which is what I understand you're talking about, it seems to me there are a number of things that happen. First of all, if you look at the rear elevation, what is shown there as the second floor would actually come closer to grade, and the deck, which is now up in the sky, would probably be closer to grade and would have less of a impact on the next door neighbor. In addition, if I'm reading you correctly, the access to the garage would require a reverse slope driveway, which the city is most times not in favor of because of ice accumulation and so forth. So I don't think it's, basically what you're doing is you're arguing, and I don't disagree with you, that if integral garages were not part of this house and many other houses, the project would be a lot more compatible with adjacent neighbors, and the impact of privacy at the back would be less. I agree with that, but that's not what you've got. You're not actually lowering the basement floor, and you're not actually doing a reverse slope into the garage, and you're not actually reducing the level of the deck at the rear. Am I correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kniffel, the increased excavation of the basement would not change what you see on the screens at all. It would merely be a deeper basement. The grades wouldn't change. Nothing would change. The zoning bylaw interprets the main floor as what's closest to the midpoint between the underside of the first floor joist and the top of the basement slab. This is somewhat why this zoning bylaw change that came in a year and a half ago doesn't really make much sense. What it's forcing people to do is really to excavate more, and that's the outcome. It's not changing the actual dwellings itself. So if we just excavated and made the basement 12 feet rather than 10 feet, those three variances would be removed, and we wouldn't have to change the house at all.
But Mr. Binkowski, just to jump in there, wouldn't you say then it's not just, there's two variables at play here. It's not just the basement floor that is, affecting the variance. It's also the placement of the first floor, or I guess, or what is actually, for in terms of use, is the floor level of entry. So it's just not a matter, I don't know, I hear the submission with respect to lowering the basement floor, but there's more to it than just the location of the basement floor. It's the location of the basement floor in relation to the floor above, and which one's closer to established grade.
Correct. I agree 100%, Mr. Chair. I agree 100% with that statement. Absolutely.
So I don't want to get too far into it, but I just it's going to come up again today because there's some other applications making the same argument. And we grapple with this. We're trying to understand, if this really is just it comes down one of the four tests, purpose and intent, right? And I'm trying to think, really, what's the purpose and intent of the 2 versus 3 stories? What is the city really trying to get across here with that bylaw, right?
What I would say to that, Mr. Chair, is I think there's a couple points. There's a couple points with that. When we go back to the idea of prevailing in that part of the problem with the story permission is this didn't exist until a couple of years ago, essentially, right? Because the houses across the street, for instance, wouldn't have had the story permission because they wouldn't have changed the interpretation of where your actual grade is, which is determining your floor level. So it's very tough to look at it under that lens because what we can see is these exist, right? These exist on the ground. And in my opinion, what's more indicative of massing and how it should fit in is those side main wall heights, right? That's, in my opinion, more important because that's more indicative of the massing. Because again, to go back to, if we excavate further in the basement, it doesn't change anything except for the variance. Now, in this instance, if we look at the picture on the right, essentially, the portions that are requesting the increase in the side main wall height are for the window pockets. And again, that's very typical for new dwellings on side main wall heights, just to have the windows be that portion that exceed the height.
Okay. No, that's very helpful. thank you for sort of indulging me as we kind of went down that path a little bit with respect to that variance, because it does come up from time to time, and I wouldn't say it's anything specific about this application, but it is a part of the application, and just at some point, I think it would be helpful just to kind of call it out, for this committee to address in one way or another. Any questions at this time for Mr. Benkowski? Okay. I want to move on. We have another speaker that's come in person, so I want to move on to them, and then we will come back to Mr. Benkowski. Do we have Mr. Mark? Yes, please come down to the podium.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, Mr. Mark. Your name and address for us.
My name is Jeff Mark, and I live at 88 Northwood Drive.
All right, which I understand is the immediate neighbor, one of the two immediate neighbors
Correct.
to the east. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
To the east.
All right. Okay. We'll get the 5 minutes up, and let us know why you're here today.
Sure. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on the 84 Northwood Drive application. My name is Jeff, and along with my wife, Andrea, and our family, we live at 88 Northwood Drive. We are the direct neighbors of the subject property, and simply, we just love the extra large private lots with lush, mature landscapes on our street. We respect our neighbors' wish to improve their home, and we support reasonable, respectful development. But we are here today because this application, as proposed, goes too far. It would significantly change how we experience our home and backyard every day, and we believe it fails the 4 tests required for approval under the Planning Act. Number 1, the city's official plan aims to protect the physical character of stable residential neighborhoods like ours. That means respecting existing patterns of mass, scale, and rear yard open space. On our north side of the street, 11 of the 18 homes on our block have been rebuilt from original. Of the 11 rebuilt homes, 6 have been done recently. Of these 6, 3 comply with a 17-meter building length. That slide right there, the Google Map image, if you can zoom in on that. That is a 2025 satellite image of our street, of the block of our street, Northwood. Northwood is a very long street, so the list of variances that Mr. Benkowski presented earlier pertains to the entire length of the street, but I propose to discuss just the block. So 11 of the 18 houses have been rebuilt. 6 of them have been done recently. Of these 6 evenly numbered houses, 3 comply with a 17-meter building length, and the average building length of all 6 is 18.1 meters, a modest increase that respects the street's character. In contrast, this proposal seeks a 21.49 meter length and depth, which exceeds the limit by 4.49 meters or 26.4%. This is not minor. It represents a substantial incursion into the rear yard and breaks the rhythm of open space that defines our backyards. As shown in this image, submitted with our letter, it would be the longest house on our side of the street, creating a visual wall and eroding the privacy and openness that families on this side of the street currently enjoy. Number 2, the zoning bylaw sets clear limits on height, building length, and rear platforms to ensure homes fit their lots and don't impose on neighbors. Here, the main wall height is proposed at 9.08 meters, where 7.5 meters is allowed. And the third story, as proposed, where there's only 2 permitted. This makes the structure taller, longer, and bulkier than what zoning allows. Worse, it includes the 2 rear platforms where only 1 is permitted. The third floor platform, is 6 meters high, and the second store platform is 2.5 meters high, then 10.36 square meters, and that's 159% larger than the allowed 4 square meters. This large 2.53 meter high platform would create a direct 55-degree line of sight into our second-story bedroom and bathroom. If you can move to Appendix C, please, the one just below there. So you can see the sight lines of their rear deck because of the depth and length of the house. It looks right into our house. Because it overlooks our backyard where we spend time as a family, by the pool, relaxing, enjoying our privacy, this constant overlook means that what's now private, peaceful space becomes exposed. The extended depth also creates unsightly bulk that overwhelms neighborhood properties and reduces the natural beauty of our mature landscape. Number 3, we understand that redevelopment happens, and we've welcomed changes on our street that have been done within reason. But this proposal maximizes interior space at the expense of neighbors' enjoyment of their existing properties. The minimal side yard setbacks, excessive length, and oversized rear platform together create a visually dominating structure. It also risks setting a concerning precedent for our side of the street. If this is approved, others may seek similar variances, and our rear yards would highlight brick, concrete, and overlook instead of the uniform green, open, private spaces that exist today on our side of the street. Number 4, these variances are not minor by any measure. A 4.5-meter building length extension is 26% increase over the permitted building length of 17 meters. A 10-meter square platform is over 2.5 times larger than allowed, not to mention the fact that it's 8 feet off the ground. A third story is simply not permitted, and this allows for the platform to be approximately 20 feet high. The impacts are real, daily, and lasting. Loss of privacy, loss of sunlight, and a permanent change to how we use and enjoy our home and backyard.
Final words? We're just to pass the 5.
Sure. Oh, sorry, I can continue?
I just said that if you could just wrap it up. We're
Oh,
past
okay,
the
sure.
5-minute mark. I
I'm
just
right
want
at
to
that
give you an
point.
opportunity to.
Okay, thank you. In closing, we value being good neighbors and want to maintain a positive relationship with our applicants. Our goal is not to oppose change, but to ensure that change happens with fair, reasonable limits and considers everyone's rights to privacy, light, and enjoyment of their property. We respectfully ask the committee to refuse these variances and help uphold the standards that preserve the character, privacy, and natural beauty of our side of the street. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Yes, Mr. Nipfil.
Excuse me? I understand that your submission would be that the length should stay as it is in the bylaw, that you feel this is an excessive length. The request as well is to have 2 platforms on the back wall, and the bylaw only says 1. You are in favor of having that remain. And the request for an increased size to the second-story platform, you don't agree with that. And it had been, I don't know if you caught, but it was adjusted just as the meeting started to 10.36 square meters. You think that's too large?
Because it's 8 feet high?
Yeah.
And the floor is 8 feet high.
Yeah, I
So
appreciate
it overlooks all the fences, all the shrubs.
Okay, so if it actually was approved, if a deck at the back was approved, would you be in favor of having some kind of a privacy screen on the east side of the deck to provide privacy for your yard?
There would have to be something. We were hoping for natural growth, columnar trees or something like that to introduce green instead of a static, hard surfaced screen. But privacy is, of course, concern. And, of course, the depth of the building, and it allows for the deck to be that much further back.
Yeah,
and
I
that's why
appreciate
the
that.
55-degree angle into my house.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
Other questions? Just a quick follow-up question to Mr. Nipfil's question. Have you had any discussion with the neighbor concerning screening of any kind? Have you talked to them about plantings on the property? Is there a preference? I'm going to ask the same to Mr. Benkowski, so he's
Yes.
hopefully can give us some direction on what the plan is to, if approval should be granted, how they could mitigate sight lines to your property.
So we had a very early discussion with the owners, and we discussed, greenery, columnar trees, whatever to create privacy, because they plan on putting a pool. We have a pool.
Yeah.
We must have a fence. So we've been discussing all of that. this plan, we actually worked with Mr. Binkowski, and he moved the walkway from our side to the other side.
Okay.
To help us to allow planting of trees. But the thing is, the deck is 8 feet high, and with a side yard setback of 1.5 meters, I don't think anything's going to grow there. Like if we want to try to plant columnar trees, 1.5 meters at an 8 foot high deck is going to have negligible sunlight for most of the day. So whatever we try to plant there naturally will probably die. So, you know, we suggested possible moving the deck to the other side to allow us to introduce green and columnar trees, but that we haven't been formalized that or anything.
Past that yet? Fair enough. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Other questions? Okay, thank you very much. That's
you.
all.
Thank you.
All right, any other speakers on this item? Yes, please come down, give us your name and address.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Antonio Rivo, and I live on the other side of the house at 82 Northwood Drive. I'll correct that. I don't live there. It's a property that we own. We live elsewhere.
Fair enough, fair enough. But as 82, just to clarify for everyone, that is the other immediate neighbor on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Unfortunately, I'm not as prepared as the last speaker, but I do appreciate what he said. I agree with everything that he said. This house is too big, too tall, too wide, and it's going to take away our privacy. I don't think that's fair. We've owned that house. It's been in the family since 1974. Our house is not a big house. It's a small house. It's a small bungalow, about 1,200 square feet. And I'm afraid that we're going to lose total privacy in the backyard, especially with the veranda or platform on the second floor, on the west side, on our side. One, it's too big, and two, they will overlook our entire property. We won't be able to go anywhere without them looking at us. I'm going to go over a few of the things that I've marked down. Number 4, we would like this property to go back to being 1.8 meter away from our property line rather than 1.5. That would be our request and our concern. I'm not sure I got all the information earlier about the height of the house, but we do have a problem with the height of the house and it being a 3-story house in this neighborhood. I don't think there are any other 3-story houses in this neighborhood. Okay, so that's that. Just give me a second here. We also have a problem with a cabana that they want to build at the back. It's also they're suggesting that they put it also 1.5 meters away from our property line. We would like that cabana. It's 8 feet tall from what I can see in the thing here. It's too close to our property line. We would like either that moved to 1.8 meters or taken away completely from that side and put at the back behind the swimming pool. Behind the swimming pool, they have an extra 47 feet of land lengthwise where they can put the cabana. There's no need for it to be infringing on our property line and that close to our property line. And I feel very strongly about that. Yeah. I think that's about it. Oh, yeah, so there was one other thing. There is a very old, tall cedar hedge between our two properties. It was there when my parents bought that house in 1974, so it's quite mature. I would like to know what is going to be done with that cedar hedge, what their plans are for that cedar hedge.
All right.
And I think that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Nipfil.
Hello,
Oh, sir.
sir. You mentioned the loss of privacy because of the rear deck. are you referring to the deck on the east side? Or are you reading this plan to mean that there's a deck on the west side as well?
There's a deck at the back on the,
East side? The drawing that's on the screen can be a bit confusing because what looks like a deck at the top of the drawing is in fact, it goes
so
into.
there is a lower deck on the east side. But on the west side, there is a raised platform, it looks like, on the second floor. That's the one that I
Yes,
was referring to.
that's the one you're worried about?
Yes, that's the one I'm concerned about.
Okay, so you would like that screen, if it's there, you need a
Well,
screen.
I'd like that to be smaller for one, and I'd like that to be private for us. If they sit on that deck, then they can look onto our property. But I don't understand how they can make that private. They'd have to put some kind of a barrier there on our side, and it would have to be tall enough.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Niffel, did you, I'm having trouble seeing a deck on that side. It looks like a basement walkout.
It is. That's what I thought this gentleman was interpreting that to be a deck because he was talking about his loss of privacy from the deck. And I was trying to determine whether or not he was reading this plan to mean that there was a deck on each side, because there isn't. There's only a deck on one. But he's concerned
It's a
with the
deck.
same
This is a raised platform, I
Yeah, he's
believe.
concerned with the same raised platform
Yeah.
as the other person.
Right.
So,
But that raised platform is on the other side, and it's blocked by a one-story bump out on your side. And that's okay.
This is at the back of the house.
At the
Yeah.
back of the house. You can see it actually.
there?
There it is right
Yeah.
there.
and you see the piece that comes out? That's between you and the deck.
In the middle. That blocks the deck.
Did they move it? Because on my diagram, I see it on.
I'll
our
ask
side.
Mr. Benkowski. We're going to have him back to
Okay, that-
respond
That clarifies.
and get some clarification. But I think myself, and if I may speak for Mr. Niffel, I think we just want to make sure we understand your concerns and just ensure that we aren't missing anything in our reading of the plans. But if I understand correctly, that raised platform is on the opposite side and is, for the most part, completely blocked by the bump out of the house in the middle.
Yeah, I don't see that on my. They
So maybe,
changed-
and I would like to provide Mr. Benkowski, he does a good job of explaining these things. Maybe he can just clarify that for us. Maybe we misunderstood with respect to that platform and some sightline issues. Is that
All right.
okay? All right. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else here to speak to this item? Okay, let's go back to Mr. Benkowski. Get the 5 minutes up. And, yeah, it goes without saying, I think if he can provide just some clarification on those sight lines to the neighbor over at 82, that'd be helpful.
Yes, I also just want to address one thing quickly. There's no variances before you for the cabana. The cabana in the rear yard is zoning bylaw compliant. Okay, I want to go back to the balcony on the third floor. We have removed that variance for the size of that. That would now be zoning bylaw compliant in size. That was variance number 12 that we removed. So that balcony on the second floor is now proposed to be 4 square meters, which is zoning bylaw compliant. And really at 4 square meters, that's really an architectural feature. You can barely fit 2 chairs within 4 square meters. It's more of an architectural feature. Could we go to the first floor, or the second floor in this instance, which would be the living floor? I do want to discuss the privacy and overlook from the neighbor to the east. As we can see, that's the small 4 square meter balcony on the second floor, which again is essentially an architectural feature. Can we go back to the previous floor, please? The other way, the other way. Yes, and just focus in on the rear deck, please, if we, yes, absolutely. So if you look at the drawing here, how that deck is accessed is through a sliding door that is almost the width of that deck. So if you think of how somebody can use that exterior space, that deck is essentially not usable. In order to have circulation to get out of that sliding door, you can't put anything in front of it, essentially. except maybe a barbecue. So in terms of that deck really being used, there's not an opportunity because you can't put any furniture and walk through the furniture to get to the stairs on the opposite side. Can we now go to the site plan, please? The intent of the owner really is to have the at grade. That's it, perfect. If we go to the back, and again, although not an issue, it is zoning bylaw compliant with rear yard landscaping. The intent is really to use this hardscape at the rear as their functional amenity space on the exterior. That first floor deck cannot be used. I had extensive discussions with Mr. Mark next door. We don't have an issue with shrubs. I can tell you, shrubs can grow in 1.5 meters. That's not a concern. We are also okay with a privacy screening condition. I want to go now and turn to the height very quickly. If we could bring up one of the side elevations. And I do note that the overall height of the dwelling is in compliance. It's the highest point of the side main wall. Now, what is permitted is 7.5 meters. The underside of those soffits are at 8 meters. Again, 8 meters is the underside of the soffits. So what you're going to see for the bulk of it is going to be an 8-meter side main wall height with really an architectural feature at the rear where the brick comes up, as well as a window. And if we go to the next side elevation, we could see that also. Again, an architectural feature that's there. Now, this is the one where the deck is, I too, Mr. Chair, and through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Knipfli, I wasn't quite sure what the concern was of the opposite side neighbor with the overlook from the deck. What I can say is the privacy and overlook thing always puzzles me a little bit, because if you think somebody is going to maybe use a deck for 2 to 3 months of the year where we can have unlimited openings at the rear, where the real privacy and overlook is from somebody in their bedroom, which isn't controlled by the zoning bylaw or through a site plan application. So the privacy and overlook thing sometimes gets me a little bit, just because the functionality of these spaces, and especially the functionality of this deck here, with really it just being a way to access the portion at grade. Give me 1 second. I'm just looking up. Yes, and in my discussion, we did agree to flip the walkway. I think I mentioned that. Oh, the building length. If we could go back to my support material and go back to the drawing I have, which would be this. Yes, if you just zoom in on this. Again, although the variance does read as the 21.49, the dwelling in essence is 18.99 meters. Even at that 18.99 meters, there is a 34.17 meter rear yard setback. Mr. Mark discussed the patterns of green and open space. The rear yard setback of the zoning bylaw is 7.5 meters. This is essentially over 3 times that in terms of a pattern of open green space in the rear yard. And it's indicative of a deeper lot being able to handle more house. One more thing, the last thing I do want to mention is we are drastically under the actual coverage that is permitted on this property. So the coverage we're proposing is 29.87%, which is also indicative of it not being an overbuilt, even with a reduction of 0.3 and 0.3 and that increase in length. We are still under the coverage that is permitted.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Thank you, Mr. Benkowski. Questions? All right. Okay, thank you, everybody, for their submission. I'm going to take this into committee now. Mr. Bartolo.
Start to move us along a little bit here, there, Mr. Chair. In understanding the submission of Mr. Benkowski here and some of the modifications made, and what I do appreciate a lot is the kind of the historical data provided and the not necessarily that it's about the precedent, but it's about what is the actual character of the neighborhood, what is present in the neighborhood, and what is the prevailing pattern in the neighborhood. So having that data, I think, is very helpful in terms of the side yard setbacks and the building length and whatnot. So, listen, I do buy his submission on the 2 versus 3 story heights. They could come into compliance with some extra cost excavation, although I do recognize that it would have a negative slope driveway, and I think my colleague was correct that it has some other implications that are maybe not considered in that argument. On balance, with the modifications made here today, I could support the application.
Yes, Mr. Nipville.
I feel very much the same way. I can support the application as well, although I must admit to being baffled by planning department sometimes when they were concerned that you had a 10.7 square meter size for the balcony, but they're okay if it's 10.36 square meters. I don't understand what difference that would make. It seems to me that nobody would even notice the difference. From what Mr. Brokowski has said, it's not for me to suggest, but I will note that it does sound as though what he's talking about is in fact not a deck at the back, but a stairwell. And you're doing, Mr. Brokowski, what other members of this committee have and myself have kind of wished for a long time, which is that those second floor exits would actually be used to access a ground floor amenity space, or a grade amenity space, which is what you're doing, instead of a really overlarge deck that is elevated because of the integral garage. It seems to me that if the only purpose of that deck is to get you down to the ground, you could have done it as simply with a scissor stair, and you wouldn't even need that deck. I think with the changes that have been proposed by or negotiated with the planning department, this is in fact a very supportable application, and I will be supporting the approval of the application if there is a motion to that effect. In terms of the screening of the larger deck, of the options available, I would suggest that a privacy screen is probably the most reasonable. I don't disagree with Mr. Brokowski that planting in that space probably would work, but it'll take some time to become mature enough. So in the interim, I would think a 1.5 meter privacy screen is a reasonable condition to place on the approval.
I don't have any other further comment. I think, other than that, my sort of analysis of this file is very much in line with my colleagues. The diagram showing the rear main wall is very helpful. And I do acknowledge that the length and depth would carry this on beyond that datum line, although these are exceptionally deep lots. And I think that the impact or the increase kind of beyond that datum line is pretty small. It's not a huge amount, and I don't think the impact is. I think the impact is okay in this case. It's good to see, to your point, Mr. Nitfield, that the majority of the amenity space, the dining table, furniture they represented on the plan is on this ground level. We've been asking for that so many times, so it's good to see some of that feedback coming through in our applications. Perhaps a motion. I think unless other members have any other comments. I know we spent some time on this one.
If you want.
Please, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move approval of the revised application, I guess that's the way to say it, with variances 1 and 2 eliminated, variance 6 adjusted to 21.49 meters, variance 7 adjusted to 21.49 meters, variance 9 removed, Variance 11, adjusted to 10.36 square meters, and variances 12 and 13 removed. And as a condition that a 1.5 meter privacy screen be provided along the east side of the deck that is off of the main family room.
All right. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Measured from the
Measured from the deck.
deck floor. Deck floor, Mr. Nipville?
Yes.
All right, confirmed. All right, we have a motion. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Oh. Mr. Nipville, we captured the staff report.
I haven't got the whole report. I've just got the variances. I don't know if there was another condition about building.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. In my understanding, the report, Mr. Binkowski's modifications were in line with the
Okay.
staff report. I just
Yeah.
make sure there's no tie further. There we go. Substantially in
Okay,
accordance
so
with,
that could we add that condition then as well?
yeah, condition number 9, or sorry, recommendation
Number 9.
number 9 on CP report. Okay, Mr. Niffield, does that complete your motion?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Oh, thank you, Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? Okay, that's. Yes, we did. I see your hand up. So that's unanimous. That application, as modified, is approved with condition.
Yes.
Unanimous. All right. Okay, the time is 3:09, 5-minute relief break, and then
10. We're going to go back to 10.
we're going to go back to 10?
Yeah. We found the agent.
We did find the agent. Okay, let's deal with item 10, and then we're going to take a 5-minute relief break, and then we're going to jump on to item number 12. Okay? Item number 10, 16 Coldwater Road. The purpose of the application is to permit the reduction of parking spaces provided and the relocation of a loading zone. Variances related to the purpose and on-file material from the applicant and email correspondence with transportation. Let's get our agent online.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, your name and address, please.
Wonderful. My name is Chris Pereira. I am the principal of M. Bahar Planning Design Limited. I am at 25 Valleywood Drive, and that's in Markham, Ontario.
All right. My understanding is you are requesting a deferral? No.
No, that, Mr. Chair, so this item was previously deferred in October, and the reason for that deferral was obviously you see the parking variance, and our transportation consultant had submitted a parking utilization study, and at the time, transportation staff had some questions about some of the proxy sites that they had used, and what they asked, and the reason for the deferral was to allow us to conduct a little bit more of an analysis to use better proxy sites.
Fair enough.
So,
Understood.
Since then, Mr. Chair, updated transportation report has been done. The proper proxy sites have been used, and transportation staff have generally accepted the findings of that parking study, which is now on the screen here today. So whereas we are seeking a variance for 15 parking spaces, whereas the building, or whereas it would require 29, through the parking utilization and counting cars over a period of a couple of days, they actually found that it's only 11 spaces that are actually being used, and as such, the 15 kind of actually creates a bit of a minor surplus there on the property. So that is myself. That is the letter that I had produced not too long ago, and so, Mr. Chair, we are now back with Transportation Services support on the variance for parking through an agreed upon parking utilization study.
Very good. Understood. Thank you for that clarification. Questions?
Can I interrupt you there, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Bartolo.
Just, I'll declare a conflict on this one. The applicant and I know each other, and we're working on some other common files, so.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Okay.
Step out for this one.
All right. So to our agent, if Mr. Bartolo is going to be stepping out. To the agent. Fair enough. Thank you for that declaration, Mr. Bartolo. Okay. Any questions for our agent? Mr. Nipville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the addendum to your report, there's a there's an email from Transportation saying that they prepared to accept the sites that you're using. Have they basically said, have they reviewed the entire report and indicated their agreement?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they have. We have an
Okay.
email from transportation staff that was forwarded to me from our from Lee Consulting, our transportation engineer, where they indicated that they accept the findings of the report and they accept the recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very good. Any other questions? Okay, let's take this into committee. Mr. Fazeli.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, if there are no comments, I'm ready to make a motion.
All right.
Seems none. All right, I think the applicant provided the clarification from the transportation and applied those changes. So for that reason, I think the application is supportive, meets the 4 tests. So for what the motion to approve the application.
Okay, do I have a second? Yep.
I think there are metro links conditions.
There is that's, I think that was for the previous, no, there are there, but are they the one that we are going to consider or not? Because sometimes,
It says they've got conditions of approval in your memo. Does that, do you not need to approve that?
If you feel compelled.
condition of approval. Usually,
I'm looking at, yeah. Staff will put them up on screen if any of the members don't have the comments in front of you. It's a email dated October 3rd from the previous package. Oh, I'm sorry, and there's a new one from July 7th. Seeing as I have resubmitted,
we can include that.
are you okay, Mr. Fazeli, to include the conditions noted in the Metrolinx email? Okay, so we'll include the conditions noted in the Metrolinx email. Mr. Fazeli's confirmed, and Mr. Nipfel has seconded the motion. All in favor? All right, that is unanimous. That is approved with condition. Okay, it is 3:15. We are going to pick up at 3:20 with item number 12, 45 Lissom Crescent, okay? Almost there, guys. Thank you. All right, everybody, we're back. We are in our 2 p.m. time slot on item number 12, 45 Lissom Crescent. The purpose of the application is to construct and permit a place of worship. There are a number of variances, including one to permit an accessible parking space in the front yard, to permit a place of worship that does not have a lot line abutting a major street, lot area, lot frontage, lot coverage, front yard setback, exclusion of a 1.5 meter soft landscaping strip along a side lot line, and a 3 meter strip of soft landscaping where it abuts a lot in a residential zone. We have our agent with us today. Please come on down to the podium, state your name and address. I've noted previously items on file, including material from the applicant, as well as a number of letters number of letters of objection, as well as letters in support. So your name and address when you get a chance, sir.
My name is Lawrence Malik. I'm the applicant and agent for the owner. I'm with SG&M Architects. I'm at 193 Row Avenue. It's Toronto, Ontario, M5M2J1.
All right, thank you. We'll get the 5 minutes up on the screen for you.
I have a question before we start. I have
Sure.
some photographs that happen to be on my telephone, which may provide some physical reflection or of other homes or buildings in the area. Could they be presented at all on? No, they can't.
No, and I'll note, especially in this case, because this is one of the very few times I'm refusing to look at a staff report from the city because they've submitted it to us today. So I need to extend the same procedure over,
Understood.
just to ensure fairness.
Understood.
All right?
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Staff have got the 5. Let's reset the clock. Sir, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, committee. Reason we're here today is to provide our presentation in which we feel the property is appropriate in its character and usage in the neighborhood, in general conformity with the neighborhood. We feel that the zoning variances that are being identified are minor in nature, as well as we feel it's in keeping with the general official plan and the general use. So one thing I wanted to identify is where the property has a frontage that's less than 30 meters, as identified in the residential detached. It's we are on an existing property that has a dwelling unit, and we're basically putting a place of worship which is smaller in stature than the typical place of worship. There's an adjacent place of worship on 59 Lissom Crescent. Although it has its back facing Bathurst Street, the principal entrance is facing Lissom, which is not a major street. It's a much larger building in scale and stature than our proposed building. Albeit it has a larger frontage and it has a larger lot area that the 2,000 square meters that our property does not have. It's dealing with a substantially lower congregation. The congregation for this proposed synagogue is for 25 families, and the understanding with the scale of the property and frontage would also have a lot to do with the use of vehicles. This facility is not going to have the usage of vehicles as would be in the case for the Pride of Israel, which is a conservative Reform synagogue. This one is a Chabad Orthodox synagogue. They won't be using the vehicles on a Sabbath or on high holidays. It's going to primarily be pedestrian foot traffic. There are other examples of place of worships in the nearby neighborhood on Rockford Road and Drury that also don't front onto major streets. So we feel that this is very much in keeping with other place of worships in the area, and it's part of the official plan of being a neighborhood. The other thing is the synagogue has its main sanctuary situated underground, below grade, so it's not noticeably visible from the exterior. The east-facing wall of the proposed synagogue has no windows, so we would not have any visual concerns to the neighbor to the east. It is fully fenced in around and has soft landscaping on the east and south sides. It has a little bit less on the west side, but it's also facing onto a parking lot. Those are the main items with regards. The synagogue is needed in this to support the community. As I mentioned, it's a Chabad Orthodox synagogue. It runs on different principles and conservative reform. They don't have a lot of vehicular traffic. The car parking requested in the part of an existing driveway is there for barrier-free accessibility only for the neighbors, for the congregation that might need to use it to get access by wheelchair. The building would be barrier-free accessible. In keeping, we feel that the building in its form and massing character is very much consistent with other homes we've seen in the area, and we have examples that can be certainly shown, although they're not present on the slides you have in front of you. We've also have got support letters from the councillor James Pasternak and from Lily Chang that which I believe the committee has in their possession, and we also have a fair number of community members here in support of the synagogue. The ratio of those in support is greater than those opposed. We feel this particular facility is needed, it's complementary and suitable and appropriate for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, who's the counselor for this ward? It's
Lily Chang?
And you got a support letter from Pasternak?
Yes, I do.
What's his interest? Hold on, I'm going to hear from the agent over here.
I'm gonna read you his letter.
I don't need to hear the letter. Maybe staff can pull it up. It's not submitted late, the letter?
If you're asking about Councillor Pasternak,
Yes.
he's online.
He's online.
wants
Okay.
to speak
Well,
on
maybe I'll ask him.
Thank you.
It's just odd. I've never had a counselor weigh in on an application in a ward for another counselor. It just seems a little.
Yeah.
But I'll ask him.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions right now? All right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. We've got a number of speakers.
Should I stay here?
Yeah, no, you can sit down. We're gonna come back to you. We have to get through a number of speakers. Can I just, through a raise of hands, how many people are here to speak to this item today, either in opposition or in support? Okay, not as many as I'm counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Do you guys have maybe a person we'd like to start with? And maybe just to kick us off, there's a lot of speakers on this item. I'm just going to ask if we can avoid some repetition. If one person's going to make a point, focus on that. If someone else is going to get up to speak, if you have something to say, that's great. But just please try to avoid some repetition in this case. Yes, please come on down and give us your name and address.
Good afternoon.
Say again?
Good afternoon. My name is Luis Salazar. I'm the owner of 43 Lissom Crescent. I'm speaking on behalf of the homeowners and tenants who lives on Lissom Crescent.
So you're the immediate neighbor?
Sorry?
You are the immediate neighbor?
I'm the owner.
Right next door?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. I sent a presentation. Not sure if it's there. No, looks like that they have not included.
We'll find out.
I sent the email with my presentation to the person in charge.
No problem. Staff are pulling it up. We'll wait until we get it. You can imagine, this is quite a big file. We've got a number of
perfect.
items to sort.
Okay, is that?
Okay, thank you.
Maybe you can grow. Okay, first, we strongly oppose to this development because the request variants are not minor. Here are the reasons. First, to begin with, according to the plan, the new synagogue is designed for 126 people, as we can see in the plan. This lot is too small to accommodate the number without proper infrastructure and traffic mitigation in the area, especially since there is already another synagogue right next door. Please go to the next. The lot, according with the plan, it could function as a community center for all the facilities that are proposed. Please go to the number 3. It looks like the building will be used all week, not only on Saturdays. The plan includes a classroom, a library, an office, a study hall, a pool, a kitchen, and a playground, all of which shows daily usage and increased traffic in our neighborhood. Please go forward. The property only offers parking space for 1 car. That is inadequate for this building. The lack of parking could lead to congestion. Street parking is prohibited during the daily hours. This restriction increases the risk of overflow parking affecting nearby homes and public safety. There are no sidewalks yet. The city must need to build them. Please go 5. There is already an existing place of worship just next door that is full on Saturdays and during Jewish holidays. Adding a second synagogue will intensify the use of the area and shift its intended original purpose and set a precedent for future zoning changes. Please, you can see, go to the number 6. The new synagogue requires a much larger area and is not suitable for a small residential street. Our community has always been peaceful and quiet. This new building will bring more people due to the daily activities, children playing, classes, weddings, and celebrations. The increase of activities will result in noise and disturbance to nearby homes. The height, please go to the next, of the proposed building does not match the size or style of the other homes or on Lissom Crescent. Please go to the next page. Also, the property has at the back a sugar maple tree of more than 30 centimeters of diameter that need to be removed, and this was not declared in the application of the Committee of Adjustment. Residents opposing, please go to the next. To the next. Yeah. Residents opposing to the new development are marked with a red circle. They are who will be directly affected, 12 in total. Supporters of this project do not live directly in Lissom Crescent and will not be affected. Please, next. This proposal fails to satisfy the 4 key criteria for a minor variance. The variance requests are not minor. The property does not abut a major street, which is essential to handle the traffic of more than 100 people. The lot is only 766 square meters, far below the minimum 2,000 square meters. It is less than 50% of the required area for a place of worship. The lot frontage is just 16.86 meters, while the required minimum is 30 meters. The front yard setback is only 7.35 meters, instead of the required 14.55 meters. The proposal is not desirable for the appropriate development. They plan to build a synagogue with community facilities for more than 100 people. The site is too small to safely support the operations and traffic associated with the synagogue. The lot is inadequate, and the resulting traffic and crowding will disturb residents. Third, the general intent and purpose of the city zoning code or bylaw is not maintained. The use and size of the project conflict with the standard required for a residential detached area. The zoning intent is undermined. Fourth, the general intent and purpose of the official plan are not maintained. The general intent was for a low-density house. There is already a place of worship next door. Adding another similar building will exceed the concentration of synagogues into one small area, causing imbalance and going against the general intent. The project might require future changes and modifications. like altering parking rules or building more sidewalks, which will increase costs for the city. I think so that these points should also take in considerations. This is why due to all those concerns, we request the committee to reject the variance and protect our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Questions for our speaker? Okay, no questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have one of our speakers online. Is it Councillor Pasternak?
Members, Councillor Pasternak here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Councillor.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here to support the application at 45 Lissom Crescent. I've reviewed the various variances here. They are minor in nature. This is a project that will add to the vitality of the community. The proposed synagogue is modest in scale, consistent with the neighborhood-built form, and designed to fit respectfully into the surroundings. As far as parking is concerned, I understand there's a shared parking arrangement pending with Pride of Israel, which is a synagogue nearby. And on the Jewish Sabbath, most people will not be driving anyway, so traffic density in the community will not be impaired in any way. Our places of worship play a vital role in the health and vitality of Toronto. Government cannot do it all, and our faith-based institutions and clergy and dedicated staff that work there play a crucial role in keeping our neighborhoods and communities healthy. Clergy at these places of worship provides spiritual guidance, mental health support, marriage counseling, solace in times of crisis such as funerals, deaths in the family, or other personal crisis. Our places of worship have a crucial role to play. Often they have a daycare or school attached. They play a crucial role in social cohesion, mental wellness, and supports for the homeless and poor. I know the neighborhood very well. There is a synagogue nearby, but that is a synagogue that is much smaller than it originally was. The neighborhood could obviously manage a very large conservative congregation at one point, so it can certainly handle a synagogue of this nature. I think it will be an added amenity to the community. It aligns with the city's values of diversity, inclusion, and neighborhood vitality. The applicant has demonstrated strong community engagement, gathering signed letters of support from neighbors and adjusting their plans to reflect local sensitivities. I believe this will only be an asset to the neighborhood, an asset to the city of Toronto, and I believe all who go here will benefit greatly. So therefore, I urge the committee to support the variances requested at Committee of Judgment for 45 Lissom Crescent.
All right, thank you. Questions? Okay, thank you, Councillor Pasternak.
You're very welcome. Take care. Thank you.
You as well. All right. Other speakers on this item in person? Yes, please come down.
Hello. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Jacob Lifshitz. I live at 57 Lawton Boulevard, unit number 9. So I'm here to speak in support of this application because it is my opinion that the variances are minor in nature. The proposed synagogue is much smaller than a typical place of worship, and as such will not accommodate the larger gatherings that are the concern of nearby residents. As other people have said, we've taken great care to ensure that any potential impacts to neighboring properties are mitigated, including not having windows on the east wall, the primary entrance being on the west exposure, the fully fenced enclosure, the provision of soft landscaping where physically possible, and the primary delivery entrance being on the west. With regards to the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, I want to bring our attention to the permitted use conditions required of a place of worship within the RD zone, specifically being on a lot line fronting on a major street. So the proposed place of worship is directly visible from Bathurst Street from its west elevation. and is adjacent to an existing place of worship that abuts the major street and has its municipal address on Lissom Crescent, thus maintaining its relation to the major street, which is what this provision intends. Furthermore, nearby places of worship within the RD zone, such as 18 Rockford Road, 418 Drury Avenue, and 111 Cactus Avenue, are not abutting major streets and maintain the harmonious intentions of the RD zone. With regards to the lot area and frontage, I trust that the committee understands that given the nature of our congregation, we do not require I think it was 69 parking spaces. And we're not arguing a variance on parking, but I did want to bring it up because once we agree that this type of place of worship doesn't need, I think 69 parking spaces came out to about 1,000 meters of land. Once we agree that we don't need 1,000 meters of parking, then it's also reasonable to assume that we don't need 2,000 meters of lot size and 30 meters of frontage. That's why we have variances to account for different types of places of worship. If a 2,000 square meter plot of land were available to us, it would be far too big for our congregation to handle. And I also want to mention, it's not wishful thinking to say that we don't drive to our services. If you know Chabad Orthodox congregations, we do not drive if we are able to walk. And lastly, a lawfully existing place of worship is exempt from the requirements. The applicant currently leases space at 465 Patricia Avenue, just one block south, which also doesn't abut a major street, and maintains an active congregation that primarily attends via pedestrian means. If the purpose of exempting places of worship is to ensure an existing congregation can maintain their presence within the RD zone, we would meet the intention of this requirement. I grew up attending elementary school at 475 Patricia Avenue, and I used to play on the west side field where the Schwartz-Riesman Senior Center stands today. It's not lost on me or the members of this committee that our neighbors at Pride of Israel will likely face development pressures in the coming decades. This proposal expands on the adjacent use as a place of worship and ensures that as Toronto grows into the planning year of 2051, we maintain a complete community. The vision is to build a sustainable city, a resilient city, a walkable city, the most inclusive city in the world, where diversity is our strength and everyone feels empowered to participate in community life. That is precisely what we are proposing to do here today, to establish a home for a congregation built by the local community for the local community. We are not some outside developer coming into the neighborhood. We are neighbors getting together, seeking permission to build a home for one another, to meet the needs of existing residents in a context-appropriate manner and maintain a complete community. It is for these reasons I support the application. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Mr. Nipfo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Pasternak mentioned that there's a forthcoming agreement on parking with Pride of Israel. Are you able to speak to that?
I am not able to speak to the facts of that agreement at this time.
Perhaps the applicant can. Because I think it's fair to say that the lack of parking is a huge concern of the existing residents and an issue that will be debated today.
Right.
And if there is, in fact, shared parking anticipated, even if you don't use it, if it's the capability of using it, that's a big issue.
Right, and I understand that the concern of nearby residents is the parking question. Again, I do want to reiterate, the nature of our congregation is one that doesn't drive on the days we do gather.
So the existing synagogue on...
So the existing synagogue at Pride of Israel is a conservative synagogue.
No, the one that you were referring to before, the smaller one that exists currently, the...
Patricia?
Patricia, yeah.
The Patricia one,
Then
so
there's no parking there as well?
So where our applicant currently rents, are you talking about?
Yes.
Or?
What number is it? 465? 475?
We are at 465, sorry.
465.
Is it without parking as well?
There is parking on the site, but it's part of a larger institution. Like, we're not the main occupant of the property.
Okay.
There's like a larger synagogue upstairs.
So your experience with that one is that you don't use parking, you haven't...
Yeah, we all walk to our services there.
Okay, thanks.
Those who are able, at least.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Fazeli.
Yes, I have a question for the applicant or the person who was speaking. Could you come back, please?
Yeah,
Yes.
we're still in our question period.
Yes, I
Apologies.
wanted to understand this better. So you're mentioning that the place is going to be used on a specific days. Is that correct?
The primary days when we do gather is the Sabbath and on holidays.
Sure. And is the place going to be used for any other community events on any other days during the week?
I don't know.
you don't know. And,
Mr. Maybe we can address that directly to the agent.
yes.
I
that
don't
would
want to
be-
have, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Other questions at this time? All right, thank you. Okay, who else? Who's coming down next to speak? Please come on down to the podium. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time and arranging this meeting. I am the owner of the house that is actually not beside that 41. I am 45. I am living in 41. It means actually two houses after. So I'm living there for more than 10 years. And we observe how.
Yeah, sorry, before you get going, please give us your name.
My name is Reza Rahbari Qahnaviye, and I am living in 41 Lissom Crescent.
41.
41.
Okay.
Yes, can I continue?
Yeah, sorry, just, did you say 41? Or
Lissom
43?
41, yes, 41 Lissom Crescent, yes.
2 over, okay,
Yes,
very good.
over, yes. I'm living there for more than 10 years, and we observe the community of our friends that we love them from Jewish community. They come to synagogue, but we always face some difficulties about the parking lots. They have a big parking lot, but always they park in Lissom Crescent until end. And it is a problem that always we are facing. Now, we have another religious building just in Patricia Avenue that is not far than 200 meters from the synagogue.
Right.
And this 41 Lissom Crescent is in the midpoint between these two places, right? And I think by this explanation that I had, more than 100 people, 25 families, more than 100 people will come to use that community that in this 41 Lissom Crescent. It means the number of places we need for parking lot is not enough, and we need more and more and more, right? And another thing is, in Lissom Crescent, we don't have people that are really going to the synagogue. And people that usually come there, they come from far, either by walking distance or by cars. That's why they need to come by cars, by vehicle, right? Maybe some of them, they come by walking, that is good. That means they are nearby a neighborhood. But many of them, they come from far distance, right? And that's why people there, if you look at the document that our neighbor submitted, that explained, you will see that all the people that are living exactly in Lissom Crescent, they are opposing this plan. Because really it is, people are suffering of this, right? It is the fact, right? And another thing, all the numbers that I've seen there, we are talking about minor changes. But look at the areas. Twice, they should expand twice more, 3 times more, from 766 to 2,000. From 16 meters square to 30 meters, all 2 times more, 3 times more, bigger. It is not minor changes, right? Minor changes mean should be 10%, 20%, less than 50%. Not 2 times more, 3 times more, right? To me, it is not considered as a minority, right? And I appreciate your time, and I'm thankful for your consideration.
All right. Well, thank you for that submission. Before you step down, I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you. Okay, no questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who else in person is here to speak to this item today? Yes, sir, please come down.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Rabbi Yisrael Karpilovsky. I'm the rabbi of congregation, and I live at 201 Torresdale Avenue. So again, good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I would like to thank the members of our community for coming today to support, and as well all the neighbors from the area who are here attending in person or listening online. So I myself, I live just minutes away from the proposed site, as all of the families in our congregation. We live in the area. We are not a large organization or an outside group. We are local residents in this neighborhood. Our request today is not about building a large institution or major development. Instead, it's for a small, modest synagogue to serve local families that live in the area. This building will resemble a modern home, very much in line like many other new houses currently being built in the neighborhood. It will fit right in style, in scale, and in appearance, not larger or more imposing than any other new homes in our community. Now, the issue with parking. We gather primarily on Shabbat and Jewish holidays. Just a little explanation that we should be aware, the next door synagogue, Pride of Israel, is a conservative synagogue. People drive there. People who go to this synagogue, to the conservative synagogue, they do not live in the neighborhood. They come from downtown, they come from up north, they come from everywhere. They do not live in the neighborhood. They need parking lot for their cars. We live in a neighborhood. We are Jewish, Orthodox. We do not drive on Shabbat and holidays. It's forbidden to us. I would rather die than drive on Shabbat. We do not drive. It's not a wishful thinking. That's what it is. And that's when our major gatherings are taking place, on the days we do not drive. It's streets that we walk anyway. We walk on the street on our way to the current synagogue anyway. We walk by foot. Not on Shabbat, we do gather, but these gatherings are very small. We require 10 people to pray. Sometimes we get bigger gatherings again, but the major big gatherings are taking place on the days when we are forbidden to drive. So there's no impact, there's no traffic for the area. So again, this means, again, as I said, our members arrive on foot. So there's no other traffic, no competition for parking, and no disruption for the peaceful atmosphere of the street. Another thing, there will be no amplified sound system or external noise. We're quiet. Our prayers are happening inside the building and on the basement level. Another thing I want to say, I'm speaking today not only as the rabbi of congregation, but also as your neighbor. So with us, you know exactly who will be your next door to you. There will be no loud parties, no short-term rentals, no Airbnb, no unexpected things. We are respectful, stable families who deeply care about the peace in this neighborhood, about quality of this neighborhood, about character of this neighborhood. And we're not asking to bring something foreign or disruptive to our community. We simply wish to continue what we're doing already anyway with the appropriate space and dignity it deserves. So thank you again all for your time, for your service, and for your willingness to listen. Last but not least, I want to wish that may Almighty bless this city and bless all that present here today with peace, strength, and success in all what we do, what you do, for the good of our communities, and may we all continue through acts of goodness and kindness to make our city, our country, and indeed the whole entire world a brighter and more beautiful place for all of us and for all mankind. Thank you.
Thank you. Rabbi, I have to ask, you mentioned that, the majority of time is not going to be a big congregation. On the highest of holidays, holy holidays, say Yom Kippur, how many people do you expect at the maximum? And I know it's not every day, but I've also grown up in North York, and I know Pride of Israel. I know what happens on the high holidays. I see the crowds, and it's good to see. But how many people do you anticipate on Yom Kippur, for example?
On Yom Kippur, last year, we sold 175 seats. And it's the biggest day of the year. But again, they do not drive. We come by foot. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. And I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Further questions? Yes, Ms. Sankar, did you have your hand up? No. Okay. Thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you.
Okay, other speakers in person? Yes, please come down.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. I only want to share a few concerns. My name is Patricia Cornejo. The people that are opposing...
Hold on, your address for us?
43 Lissom Crescent.
Okay, let's just get, and what is your, on Lissom, what is your relationship to the immediate property?
We are the neighbors.
You
I'm
are
the neighbor.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Just pulling up our figure ground map
And
here.
if you see in the map, they are going to build their prayer place in the basement. So
The immediate neighbor.
Immediate.
Sorry. Continue, yes, please.
So that means that they are going to excavate more, to build it. They're going to take out light for us. Maybe it's going to damage our cherry tree. That's in my side as a neighbor. So the people that are opposing to the construction of this synagogue, they're living on the Lissom Crescent Street. The people that support live nearby, so they are not going to be affected. Also, I know that they are going to walk to the synagogue, but walking 124 people is going to be a sea of people walking there. It's going to be like a manifestation or in Young Street. It's 125. And that's a lot, and it's going to be people that we don't know, strange people for us. We see the people that come for the synagogue, they come in cars, they park there. Everything is organized, in order. We don't have any problem. But walking, that's a completely different thing, because they are walking, crossing the parking lot, they will walking through Lissom, they were walking through all the streets, right? And also, the synagogue will have childcare. They say that if you see the plans, there's a yard for a playground for childcare, a library, and things. So that's meaning that the synagogue, the building, is going to be open every day, Monday to Sunday. No, they will pray on Saturday. That is great, but the rest of the week still is going to be busy. And the rest of the week, they will come on cars. And imagine from a narrow house, 3, 4, 5 cars coming to leave the kids. No, it's going to be a lot of noise. It's going to be a lot of people. It's going to disturb the peace. We like it, that neighborhood. I have been living there since 2009 because it's quiet, it's peaceful, it's respectful. There's a school at the back, but we don't have nothing to do with the school because the guys from the school, the children, come usually for Patricia. There's a park there. So that's okay. So we don't have too many traffic in our street, no? So I know that they have to pray. I'm perfect for them, but maybe if they can look for another place of worship, maybe, I don't want to sound offensive, but maybe the rabbi can move next there and construct a synagogue where he is living now, right? So we want to continue having the peace for the families. No, I have a brother that has Down syndrome, okay, and he likes to go out, and he now have problems losing his memory. No, he needs peace. He goes out, he's scared of when he sees too much people. No, and I'm worried and I'm concerned about that. No, so I hope that you understand that we don't have nothing against them. We respect them, but it's for our mental health, for our tranquility, for a peaceful neighborhood. Okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? All right, no questions. Thank you. Okay, did I capture everybody in the gallery here today? Oh, we have another speaker. Please come down.
Hello, Council. My name is Daniel Chaiken, and my address is 41 Regatta Crescent, so I'm not too far away from the proposed site. I've been listening to everyone speak, and it seems like the main concern is vehicle traffic. And I think all the neighbors that are opposed to this project and have concerns, grave concerns about vehicle traffic, can undoubtedly confirm, and it can agree with me, that during the week, the biggest synagogue that we have next door is empty. The whole parking lot, if anyone who lives in this neighborhood, who drives on Bathurst Street and will pass by Bathurst and Rockford, will see on the right-hand side a humongous parking lot. They'll see a plaza on the other side, which has Shoppers Drug Mart and everything else. It's full. You look on Pride of Israel side, it's empty. Nowadays, unfortunately, with the modern trend, people aren't going to synagogues. People aren't going to churches. They're not going to mosques. This is a local place. It's a community place. It's a place where I will gather, a place where we gather and live. And no, we don't drive. We drive to work, but this isn't a place for work. And I walk to the synagogue. I pass by this house every single day. I live on Regatta Crescent. I come out from my house, I go to Bathurst Street, I walk south, and I make a left on Patricia. I look at this place, and I can hear the concerns of the neighbors. The concern was they're going to start construction, and they don't live there. They're going to make a huge muddy mess. Look at how much stuff they have to excavate. Well, that's all mitigable. We can mitigate that. There's ways of use where it's not dirty. This is construction. This is not something that's, we're not sending a spacecraft to space, right? The tree, well, we love trees also. If we need to move a tree to accommodate, we can move a tree. We don't want to hurt plants or anything like this. We're just trying to build a place where we can gather as a community. The whole parking aspect where they're worried, they're saying, oh, all of a sudden, there's going to be 120 people walking to the community and it's going to scare us. Well, as a community, we wish that you go to any local community synagogue, it's empty. It's empty. All these places are empty. And during the week, you can ask the rabbi. He messages people, we got to find a minyan. We got to find 10 men so we can do a prayer. So the most traffic that we're going to get during the week is 10 people. Are there certain days that we're going to meet that there's going to be more? Yeah, thank God. But the idea of having a mass event, a mass traffic event that's going to impact the street is not going to happen. The only time that this will happen, because it will, is when Pride of Israel gathers their community. The entrance for Pride of Israel for parking lot is all through Lissom Crescent. It is not via Bathurst Street. They do not enter. This idea that they're saying that, hey, all these cars are going to be parking along the street, they do. It's for Pride of Israel. It's not us. We do not. They enter via, what is it? I don't know on the other side, on Bathurst, on the west side, it's Rockford. On the east side, I don't remember the name of the street. I think Dulane. They enter via Bathurst, turn right on Lissom Crescent, and then go to all these neighbors' houses. They do not, they cannot enter any other way. If you look at the plans, if you look on the map where they showed all the neighbors that are against this project and are concerned, they're not against it, they're concerned about parking. And I hear it. But if you look at the traffic plan, if you look at how those people enter, you will see they enter through Lissom Crescent. They will not make a difference. The traffic plan will not change.
Understood. Any other comments to raise or concerns?
No.
Questions? Okay, thank you, sir. Do we have any other speakers? Yes, please come down. And you'll have an opportunity at the very end. You'll be the last speaker. But before we get back to you, I want to make sure everyone that has wanted an opportunity to speak has gotten it. And I understand there's probably some people online.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I understand we've covered everybody in the gallery today. Staff are going to move to people online. And staff, how many people roughly, just so I have an idea, do we have online waiting?
Through you, Mr. Chair, 3 more people online.
All right. Let's get through them. Okay. Who's our first speaker online? Yeah.
He's unmuted. David Green.
By name.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Your name and address, please.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I was being heard. My name is David Green. I'm at 226 Torresdale Avenue. I am past president of the synagogue at 465 Patricia. And I'm here, when I filled in the information as to whether I was for or against, I chose the one that said, I am not necessarily for or against at this point in time. I know the congregation that wants to build this building very well, and I know the area very well because I live in it and I've walked through it. I also know the Pride of Israel rather well because I've got friends that go there. And I know what's happened to that synagogue at this point. My point of view on this right now is firstly, Rabbi Karpolowski and the other members there are honest people. And if they say this is what they are doing, then they are doing, and they will do what they say they are going to do. My concern about my in-laws used to live when I first got married, and for many years after, my in-laws actually lived at 26 Lissom Crescent. And I remember the situation when the Pride of Israel was a rather bustling building, especially when it came to the high holiday season, and parking spots would not be available in the parking lot on Lissom Crescent and even onto Patricia Avenue. So that has changed significantly at this point in time. The Pride of Israel basically is a very small group internally. And the only thing that it really gets used for most at this time is really for events. They're still catering, they still do some events there. But the building's also they've tried to sell the building a couple of times and nobody has mentioned that at this point. So I don't know how long that parking space that we're looking at may be available. From the point of view of the congregation downstairs, they're wonderful people. I think I know almost all of them by this point in time. They basically are squeezed into the space that they have right now in the B'nai Torah 465 Patricia building. And only basically at the high holidays do they need to use our social hall where as Rabbi said, they have 175 tickets sold. Do they run every day? Their congregation, our Orthodox congregation runs 7 days a week. We are shrinking. To be honest, there has been conversations of selling the building, and it's going to get even more imminent in the next few years. That we will want to most probably sell it, whether to their congregation, whether to the Orthodox school that's next door to us that we share parking with. But these are the items I wish to present to the committee, to the chair, just that you are aware of how the whole neighborhood is handling. So do not look just at the Sabbath situation. Yes, I walk to the synagogue on Sabbath too. Many people drive there and leave their cars for Sabbath, which is 25 hours, or if it's a long extended holiday one, you're looking at 73 hours of a car not getting moved, right? So you need to have some allowances for parking as well in your consideration here. But as far as the people, as far as the community, the congregation, it's a wonderful, vibrant, young group right now. And I think they would do rather well in their own space. And hope maybe they'll take the 465 Patricia at some point. But I leave that as the end of my statements for today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Green, for your submission there. All right, we have, before we get to our next speaker, any questions for Mr. Green? No? All right, staff, let's move on to our next speaker.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Andrei Yakimchik. I'm the resident of 42 Lissom Crescent. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here on behalf of my family who are kind of worried about the impact of this development. My family has lived in this house since 2001, so it's been a while. And I know parking question has been beaten to death, so I will beat it some more. Even if nobody drives to the services today, what guarantees are there that next year the situation may change and they sell the building to another congregation which does drive? And Councilor Pasternak mentioned that it will significantly increase community involvement, which is a very good thing in my opinion. But it means that the building will be used outside of holidays when driving is permitted. And that incidentally contradicts the minor variance requirement. The other point I have, number 2, is that no other lot on the same side or strip, if you will, has the same significant setback and coverage changes. So there is no precedent for that. There is a park nearby, Lissom Park. It has a playground for children. So their safety may be impacted due to the increased traffic outside of high holidays and Shabbat, obviously. Number 4, there is going to be increased waste. So homes around the building will be subject to the smell and the pests, because we all know it's almost impossible to maintain large amounts of garbage completely contained. Number 5, increased noise. I know Rabbi mentioned that during the holidays or on Shabbat, there is no noise, but again, outside of that, especially with large crowds gathering, we would expect there will be much elevated levels of noise, especially during weekend activities, potentially interfering with neighbors' quality of life, including shift workers and frontline workers whom we all cheered during pandemic. During peak hours, again, outside of holidays, people may park illegally or block driveways, which actually we have noticed in the past 24 years of us living here. I know it was from a different synagogue and they do drive on holidays, but again, speaking outside of holidays. Neighbors will lose backyard privacy since they're tall building and it has windows, even though they're not on Mr. Salazar's property per se. And also the increased foot traffic. Number 8, light pollution from security lightings or from evening gatherings will potentially also impact residents' sleep. Infrastructure strain. The increased water, sewer, and utility demand will stress the aging infrastructure, leading to more frequent disruptions and repairs. Number 10, economic impact. Change from residential to non-residential zoning could shift property tax burden in the area on other homes. Number 11, Mr. Salazar already covered. And finally, number 12, Toronto faces a critical need to expand livable residential space. So repurposing this lot for non-residential use reduces the housing supply, and we need to increase it. Thank you very much for hearing our concerns today. And while we respect everyone's right to worship, I don't think this is a good fit for this building, given the small lot and the small residential street. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Questions? All right. Staff, we've got another speaker.
Eli Honig is requested to unmute.
Ellie, if you can hear us, can you please unmute yourself? Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, they don't want to speak.
All right, thank you. Staff, any other speakers online?
No, Mr. Chair, that was the last one.
Thank you. Okay. Let's have back our agent down at the mic. Sir, we've covered a lot.
I'll be brief. I know it's a long day. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, just for good measure, we'll get the 5 minutes up for you.
I won't need that much time. Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay.
Yeah. Let me know when I can start?
Yeah, you can start in.
Thank you. I want to kind of reiterate one point though, and I think maybe it's a misnomer, and I need to make it clear to the community and to the committee. It's an misunderstanding of what is the Conservative Reform Synagogue versus the Chabad Orthodox. So when we have the holy day Yom Kippur, which is basically the Erev, which is the evening, and in the day, it's one whole day of the year. We're not talking about the 364 other days of the year. And when the service is engaged for the Yom Kippur, most of the congregation is inside the building anyway. It's not as if they attend the synagogue and they go meandering out into the streets in the neighborhood. We respect the fact that there are enforcement signs for no parking on the street. We have no control how people will behave, whether they're going to park illegally or not. That is a paramount problem throughout the city. The fact that there are cars parked on the streets from Pride of Israel should have no reference or bearing on what we're looking to do for this Chabad Orthodox synagogue. Our congregation are law-abiding citizens. They're faithful to the Lord and to doing things in good conscious decisions. They're not going to make a conscious decision to be parking cars illegally on the streets. So I think that's important. There was comments about the sugar maple. We have submitted drawings that were done of existing locations of the plantings that were part of our submission, with tree protection zones to be done for those trees that are unhealthy species that could be replaced with those that aren't. In terms of excavation underground, we would do whatever measures are required with any necessary shoring, which probably won't even be necessary, but anything that needs to be done, we will take mitigating measures to make sure that any excavation is not going to undermine or impact the neighbors. As far as children playing in the backyard for the children's care, well, there's an adjacent park. There's Fisherville High School. There are noise bylaws that are enforced from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We don't expect children to be making a ruckus and nuisance in the neighborhood and disturbing the neighborhood. It's no different than if you had children playing in a park, which is going to be much greater in magnitude and scale than having a small backyard for children to play. I think the idea is it's to nurture for family community. They're not here to offend the neighbors. They're not here to create anything that's any kind of an environment or built form that's going to be out of keeping with the character neighborhood. As was also mentioned about light pollution and massing of the scale of the building, that is irrelevant because it is built with a main sanctuary that's below grade, and the building is still perceived as being 2 stories above grade, which is in keeping with the bylaw, in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. So I'd like the committee to take those considerations into point. the idea is we're here to help to complement and to be able to be subservient neighbors in the community. And I think the activities that have happened in Pride of Israel may have caused some distortion or misconceptions of how this synagogue would operate, which would be on a much smaller scale and certainly be more conducive for family community type of aspects, and not in the same manner and size as is the case with the Pride of Israel. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Nipville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
It's Mr. Malik, right?
It is, yes,
Yes,
sorry.
Mr. Malik, yeah, we
Sorry
got
about
some
that.
questions.
Councillor Pasternak, when he spoke, and he wasn't representing your ward, I think he's a councillor for another ward, but he referenced that there's an upcoming shared parking agreement with Pride of Israel. Can you speak to that?
I'm not aware about that. I don't know about that arrangement. That's something that was not divulged with me. So I honestly don't know.
Yeah. What could you just divulge a little bit more about what is the relationship between you guys and Pride of Israel? Is there, just from a planning standpoint, and I understand you guys may be separate groups with different objectives, right? But when I zoom out, I look at Pride of Israel. There's a massive parking lot, massive space. Was there any thought or discussion about allocating or applying for a consent in order to take part of the parking lot to construct another building on? Like why the first residential building adjacent versus just constructing a new building within the parking lot? Maybe I misunderstood the relationship. And maybe it's completely separate ownership, so that's not even a viable option, but maybe you could provide some clarity on that.
That may be an answer that may have to come from the rabbi, or maybe something that may have been discussed perhaps with the councillors. I'm not aware of that. I do know that we did approach the Pride of Israel to tell them of our intentions of what we want to do, and they have presented it to their board of directors. They have like a planning board, and there did not seem to be any objections whatsoever. So they seem to feel that it would be complementary to their synagogue. The question never came up about the parking. I can't comment on that, and I'm not going to certainly fabricate an answer for you because I'm being blatantly honest with you. I honestly don't know. But
no, that's fine. Okay, thank you. Other questions for our agent? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, that concludes our submissions. Let's take this into committee now. We've heard quite a bit on this item from parties on both sides. Who would like to get us started?
I guess I can start with some initial comments there, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Bartolo.
Ball rolling.
Thank you.
It's a bit of a difficult application because I don't have any issues with the use. I don't have any issues with the kind of the general location. The more specific location on this lot is a little difficult. I will say I'm going to highlight some things that I think are good about the application and lend a bit of weight to in favor of it, right? In terms of the overall massing and the built form of it, I don't think it's going to have a negative impact on the neighborhood. It's effectively as high as a large two-story house in the area, with the bulk of the the worship space is underground. So in terms of visual impact, in terms of building massing and all these typical planning concerns, I don't think that's an issue, right? And the fact that it is relatively small scale compared to other places of worship, I think also has some merits to it. Even if this ownership were transferred to a different faith group in the future or a different use, it is limited by the parking. Like there's there's one space, right? And it's an accessible space. So with respect to that, I think the built form, I think all of that works nicely with the neighborhood. And I think there's many, many examples around the local area and broader Toronto area of places of worship that are quite tight right in residential neighborhoods. That's not unusual. That's probably more common than not, right? And there's certainly other churches, synagogues, and otherwise that have no parking in some very tight urban fabric areas. So in that respect, I don't think it's unprecedented. I don't think it's particularly unusual. It's not on the main street like we would like to see, which I think is one of the items I struggle with the most. And then numerically, variance number 3 it's quite far off the mark, right? Understanding the nature of the faith group there and the lack of driving, I think it's a point of consideration for the use of this. And I don't know if that's going to be the use for 2 days or 200 years, right? Which nobody can say one way or another. So, but on balance, when I look at everything, I look at the neighborhood, I look at what's been presented here, I understand the concerns of the neighbors. I understand the concern of nobody wants their neighborhood flooded with traffic. However, based on what I've heard here today, I don't know that that is as big of an issue as it might seemingly be, right? In terms of the construction of it, construction is for a limited duration, and there's no such thing as non-messy, non-dusty construction, regardless of whether you're building a house or a place of worship or otherwise. So I'm less concerned about those aspects of it. And then, I'll give my my kudos to the architect. I think they have a well-designed place of worship that's in a very tight urban area, and I don't think it's going to have a negative visual impact on the neighborhood. The operational use, I don't think is going to be particularly onerous on the neighborhood either. So, you know what, it's a difficult application. Numerically, some of this is not where I would like it to be honest, right? Is it ideal in every regard? No. Is it adequate, in my opinion? Can it work? I would say yes, and I would lean towards approval.
Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with most of what my colleague has just said. Like him, I find that the bulk and massing and so forth are consistent with the neighborhood and the character of residential neighborhood. One of the speakers started off by talking about it being like a big house, and I think there's some merit in looking at it that way. We have houses that are every bit as big as that in residential areas. So I don't think that massing in bulk and overlook and all that, which is the sort of concern we would have for another use, is a problem here. I'm still grappling with the fact that this is a lot of use on a very small piece of property. It looks to me, from the information that we've been provided, that it's a community center, and good for that because we need more of them. But it involves classrooms and other activity or other spaces that generate a great deal of activity. And I'm having trouble with the concept that none of this internal space will generate disruptive either pedestrian or vehicular activity. I trust that the people that spoke to us are honest, and they're saying that there is at present no parking, that people walk to the facility. I have a concern that if this property is sold to another facility, so let's say it's sold to another religion where everybody does drive and there isn't any parking, then I think there's a huge problem. It's an ideal small community center for any religion or for any community group, many of which would generate an immense amount of parking. And I don't think it's appropriate to be looking at the variances only from the perspective of this particular owner. I think we need to look at what's proposed in terms of space and facilities and say, does it work? And I'm at this point still not convinced that this is a desirable project because of the issue of the density of use. If there were an arrangement with the adjacent synagogue for some joint parking space, as the chairman had ended, I think I'd be inclined to say, okay, let's give it a try. But there is no such arrangement, and I'm really struggling with this one.
Ms. Sinkor.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I do share similar concerns of my colleagues because I feel that for the residents who have taken their time to sort of come up here and describe how they're feeling, what the impact will be, giving their own experiences, I find that really hard to ignore. And so with you know, all of the good and good intention that's coming through for this development, I still think that from a perspective of the impact to those around, and by their own admission and their voices were very strong, I have to pay attention to that. And for that reason, I don't think it is minor.
All right, Mr. Fazeli.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, thank you. Looking at the application and understanding it in terms of like the impact, like if you're looking at it as in terms of like a massing and then comparing it with the houses in the neighborhood, I don't think it's a, for me, I would not recommend comparison of such place in terms of massing with the houses around them. This is a different use of the place. That is why it's categorized differently within the zonings and regulation that we have. And the intents of the bylaws that we are having are specifically are designed and used taking into consideration of the use of the places. Is it residential? It's not a residential. What is it going to happen with this place? Let's say the impact in the future. And with that being said, I don't think it's a place of worship, and the intention is very clear, and we understand that. However, my concern is more about like the lot itself and the impact of massing, and you know, I understand they mentioned that the use of the vehicle is not going to be happening. However, as my colleague mentioned, what if it's sold to another place? And I've heard the supporting neighbors mentioned some comments about this too. At the same time, in opposition, I've heard different argument on this matter. Putting all this aside and going back to what we have before us, I think I have these concerns in terms of the massing and the traffic occurring with this neighborhood. So these are my comments.
Any of my members have a motion? So we can try one, see where it goes. I'm going to reserve comment right now because I think for my other four members, I think we've covered quite a bit of ground at this point. Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am going to borrow from my colleague who indicated that when all is said, I think she summarized it very well. When all is said and done, this doesn't appear to be minor, and as such, it fails in the four tests to approve a variance, and on that basis, I would recommend that the application be refused.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? That's second by Ms. Sankar. All in favor? Opposed? Mr. Bartolo, for the record, is opposed. All right, the motion carries and the application is refused. The time is 4:35. We have two more items on the 4 o'clock. Let's take a 5-minute relief break and we'll resume. We'll try to make up some time and get us out of here at a reasonable time. Yes. All right, everybody, we're back. Item number 13 and 14 were deferred, so we're on to item number 15, 45 Cheltenham Avenue. Sorry, 41. Yes, thank you. 41 Cheltenham Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new two-story detached dwelling with an integral garage and front porch. We've got a few variances. Front platform setback to a front lot line, rear platform setback to a west side lot line, front yard setback, building length, building depth, FSI, east and west side yard setbacks, a platform encroachment into a front yard setback, stair width, and front yard landscaping. On file, material from the applicant, report from community planning, letter of objection from 4335 and 60 Cheltenham Avenue, as well as the Lawrence Park Ratepayers Association. We have our agent with us online.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sure. It's Lauren Rose from 388 Spadina Road.
Thank you, Mr. Rose, and welcome back. Mr. Rose, we have some speakers here today. I'm going to ask for a presentation from you.
If staff can put up the site plan and my drawings, if you don't mind. Yeah. So I'll take you through the project. I will say that we have reached out to the neighbors, the councillor, community planning, and the ratepayers. You'll note that planning supports the application, subject to it being built substantially in accordance with the plans, which we agree with. And the council's letter sort of says the same thing. I will note that we are removing variance number 3 from the original application. It's no longer needed.
Thank you. And Mr. Rose, just to confirm, no other modifications, just number 3, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
So if you could put up the site plan, the drawings, if you don't mind.
Sorry, Mr. Rose, for variance number 3, just to confirm, you're eliminating that.
There's no need for a front yard setback. We didn't think there was, and then the examiner finally agreed with us last week.
Good. All right. So staff, we can remove that variance.
Yes.
Okay.
So the first variance is for the front stoop. I've never seen this one before, but yes, the platform that you step up to at the front door does encroach on the front yard setback. I'm not sure why it's there, but you'll notice there's very few steps, so we require that. The rear first floor platform is 1.23 meters from the west lot line. This is the same as what we're asking for on the house, so I'll get to that a little bit later. The proposed building length. So this is not the site plan. Can you scroll down to the site plan? So if you can zoom in on the house, this number of 21.72. If you look, the two-story portion of the house is 17 meters, which is what is permitted. The length of the building, including a one-story projection, is 19.59. The bylaw does permit 19 meters. We are asking for an extra 2 feet or 0.59 of a meter. It is one story, it's close to grade. We don't believe that there's any large impact on anyone with the extra 2 feet. It just helps out with the floor plan. Typically planning doesn't really have an issue with one story lengths being a little longer because there's not really impact and no overlook. However, you will see that the full length of the house is 21.72, and that is because the rear porch or terrace is excavated. It has occupiable space underneath, which is imperceivable to any of the neighbors. That terrace is very low to grade. There's only, I think, 3 steps down to grade, so no one could see that. So in all senses, we are 17 meters. We are 19.59 for the depth, but we do have to take it to the 21.72. The maximum floor space index, the area bylaw states 0.35%. We are asking for 0.61, which does sound high. However, we comply mostly with the bylaws for length and depth and height. We will note the reason that planning does support this is that there is precedent on this very block. And I don't know if you know this, but in TLAB or planning reports, the immediate block has the most importance. So at 36 Cheltenham, 60% was granted by this committee. And at 64 Cheltenham, 62.1 was committed. It was permitted. So we're asking for 61, and as a result, it's in keeping with development in the area. The required side yard setbacks, 1.5. You will note on the east side, we're asking for 1.21. This is very common in the area. You'll note that the neighbor on the side has less than we are asking for. And on the other side, we're asking for 0.92. Hold on, where is, I can't see. Sorry, I lost 0.92, I'm right. For the extent of the garage, and then we step back to 1.2. I'll note that this is the city of Toronto, where 0.9 meters was the permitted setback for many years. And as you know, in Lawrence Park, 4 foot or 1.2 meters or 0.9 is not uncommon. And then we have the width of the stairs. The platform of the main wall is attached to may encroach into the required front yard setback 2.5. It is no closer to the side lot line. The proposed platform encroaches 2.9 into the front yard setback. So that's the platform at the front entrance. That's an open area. And then number 10, it's the width of the stairs. This never seems to be an issue. The width of the stairs is the same as our stoop. And then we do have a small variance for the front yard landscaping. If the committee chooses to pass this, we would commit to permeable pavement. So that's my presentation. I can answer any questions or sit back and listen to the opposition.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rose. Questions? Staff can also just confirm we lost Ms. Sankar, or she's no longer with us, right? All right. Okay. I just want to make sure I've captured responses from all of our members. Okay. Seeing as that there's no questions at this time for Mr. Rose, we have 2 more speakers. Welcome. Thank you. Please come on down.
Hopefully, Mrs. Sankar is still with us, just not online.
I believe she's not.
I'm making a joke.
But we're
making
we're
a joke.
okay with 4 members.
Yeah, no, we're good.
Yeah,
We're good.
I'll just. Oh, yeah. I will say just for procedure, so everybody understands, when we have 4 members, if there is a decision that would result in a tie, I will not be voting, just to avoid that, just to make sure that we are able to render a decision today. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, and fellow residents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dave Lacey. I'm here with my wife, Julie Denton. And we reside at 43 Cheltenham Avenue, which is the property directly to the east of the redevelopment proposition at 41 Cheltenham. And I'm here to express our opposition to the minor variance application A0254. While we fully support thoughtful, compatible development, the proposed variances are far from minor. The scale and the design of this new build introduces negative impacts to the neighboring properties and the established character of our street. I'm predicating my comments off of the plans as submitted, so I have no updates with respect to some of the variances that have been corrected, but am working off the material that was in the portal. We have reached out to the neighbor and the owner, and we have a good relationship with both the owners, and are working to find a solution. But our core concern are that the variances here are not minor. Under Section 45 of the Planning Act, variances must be minor, desirable, and in keeping with the intent of the zoning bylaw, and this application fails on many accounts. A new build should reasonably conform to zoning requirements. Instead, the proposal significantly exceeds those limits, resulting in a structure that could overpower the adjacent homes, specifically those at 35 and 43 Cheltenham. The key issues with the proposal as presented are the excessive floor space, which Mr. Rose has identified. The permitted amount is 0.35 coverage. Of course, they're asking for 0.61. I don't think that's practical given the development in the neighborhood, but certainly coverage in the 0.5 range would be more reasonable. The proposed massing is incompatible with the neighborhood and the scale of the neighborhood. The overextended length and depth of the property are a concern to us. The permitted length is 17 meters. The proposed is 21.72 as described by Mr. Rose, which is a 28% variance. And in my book, that is significant, not minor. Similarly, with the depth, it's 19 meters and proposed at 21.2 plus 14% variance. This overreach into the rear yard harms privacy, sight lines, and light access for the adjacent properties. I believe there's a picture that I submitted in our letter that shows the backyard and property lines for most of the neighboring homes, and this would be a significant variance to that average. The side yard setbacks are an issue. They're required 1.5 on each side, proposed 1.2 east and 0.9 on the west. These reductions compromise construction safety, drainage, which is becoming increasingly an issue, and spacing between the homes. We acknowledge that our own setbacks are not to bylaw standards, but we hope not to exacerbate the drainage situation specifically even further by reducing that. The most egregious invasion, we believe, is this intrusive rear extension and second floor terrace. My understanding through Mr. Rose and the owners is that the walkout portion of the terrace has been removed, notwithstanding the extension still survives. And counter to Mr. Rose's position, I would argue that an extension of that size and scope significantly impacts our property by way of shading, massing, and changing effectively our view. It also adds to the FSI coverage, which, as we know, has been transgressed. So, it's noted that many of these variances have been addressed and modified, and we'll continue to work with the parties. But again, I'm reacting to information in the online portal as presented. The proposed modifications from our perspective would be to balance the development with the neighborhood, remove that rear extension, replacement of that second floor walkout with a flush Juliet balcony, which I understand has been accepted by the owners, a reduction of those side yard setbacks. So the final request is that the application is not a modest adjustment per the criteria of this committee. It's a substantial departure from the established zoning that threatens the neighborhood character and resident enjoyment. Others, including our Ward 15 councillor, Rachel Chernos-Lynn, and adjacent neighbors, support our position, and we urge the committee to reject this application and require design that respects both the zoning framework and the community it seeks to join. Right on the screws.
All right, thank you for that. Questions? Okay. I just did more clarification. I think I understand. I just want to make sure, because there's been a bit of an evolution to this application, as I understand. So there was a second-story patio. It's since been removed. In terms of sightlines, based on what's being proposed, are there any structures or is there anything specific within the proposed application that would create some problematic sightlines into your yard still?
Yeah, thank you. Look, the property is elevated, so the grade would be elevated relative to ours. It's hard to determine at this point if sitting in their kitchen extension, which is what's proposed, they could see into our backyard. I'm just not good enough to sort of predict the future that way.
Yep.
But certainly from our perspective, looking out of both of our great room and our eating area in the backyard, where we have a pool and have invested significantly in landscaping, that would compromise our current enjoyment and introduce potential shading, sun blocking, and the like relative to where this extension is being proposed. It is a major variance from the norms in the neighborhood, and I know you guys like to focus on technical matters, but if you took a look at that picture as I've got it up there, this extension would be significant. The yellow portion there is the terrace, and at the lower level, to be clear, it's really the red portion, which would be the single floor extension and the one that we're at odds with.
All right, understood. Neighbors are getting really good with the diagrams, I have to say.
And a drone. That was a drone picture.
They're just helpful. I mean, when applicants are submitting these types as well, it helps to provide a bit of an because this is the type of thing we look for. We're trying to understand where these sort of datum lines start to form. There's sort of an established rear main wall, and in a lot of cases, a lot of people confuse that. They just think rear main wall, and they automatically go to the furthest wall. But it's in most of these houses, as with most the case, if you have a two-story home, you're really looking for the kind of you're not looking at the structures at the rear as much. You're looking at the kind of predominant wall across the rear. So I thank you for that submission. Were you part of the approval for your property? Because it's relatively new, or?
No, we were not. We bought our property in progress, so
Okay.
the builder had started on the project, and I gather that the buyer had some life circumstances which had changed, and
Fair enough.
So that was all approved ahead of our involvement.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Ironically, Mr. Rose was in fact an architect on a prior property that we owned, so we are.
Oh, he might be able to speak to that. Okay. Any questions right now? No? All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have another speaker online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. My name is Noor Er Uretzian. I reside at 35 Cheltenham, the property on the west side of the subject property. And I want to first of all thank you for the opportunity to speak to you with respect to the application and the minor variance permission that is being sought here. We received the notice on July the 4th, and we were happy to hear about the proposed new development. At a high level, it's a positive initiative, and of course, it's welcomed. We live at 35 Cheltenham Avenue and in a design-built home since 2008. Next to the proposed new development, and we're pleased, of course, to see that the improvement is going to, in the near future, it's going to be improve the current state of the property. However, after reviewing the requested minor variances, items 1 through 11, we were disappointed by the size and scope and scale of the proposal, as it may adversely impact the enjoyment and privacy of our family home. The departures from the standard zoning bylaws are anything but minor in nature, as this is a new house complying with the set zoning bylaw standards should be easily accommodated by the architect and their client. However, the proposed building dramatically impacts the streetscape, raises issues of shadowing and encroachments on privacy of its neighboring properties, and directly impacts number 35 and number 43 Cheltenham Avenue. The proposed structure will have a clear sight line into both our rear yards and into our bedrooms and our bathrooms. We will lose the current enjoyment of our rear yards, and this is simply not acceptable if it's built as proposed. The specific issues in our I guess our opposition, I just went through the items 1 through 11, and let's just see here. We've got building setbacks for the zoning should be maintained at 1.5 meters from the side yard lot lines and 7.33 from the front lot line. This would be in keeping with the streetscape. It would be dramatically different if they reduced the streetscape in terms of the front landscaping. And of course, the issues of drainage that the City of Toronto is trying to have soft landscaping in our front yards so that we can have better drainage. Item 2, we oppose the building length being almost 27.76% greater than the zoning bylaws currently permit. We also oppose the building depth being 14.32 greater than the current zoning bylaws. We oppose the building maximum floor space at 0.61 times the area of the lot. Suggest a more agreeable maximum floor index in the 0.5 times the area of the lot. Our current home, which is a custom-built home in 2008, they battled the former the people that took it through both the Committee of Adjustment and then got approved at the city level, but then were opposed by the neighbors. They went through a year-long process at OMB to finally achieve a 0.50. And that's what we currently have. We also oppose the proposed side yard setback and support the 1.5 meter side yard setback. And the last item here, we oppose reducing the front yard landscaping area from the minimum standard. In conclusion, as the proposed development is a new home to be constructed, we see no need to alter and enlarge the structure beyond the zoning bylaw standards, along with maintaining the streetscape of Cheltenham Avenue. We believe that a beautiful family home can be reasonably constructed within the norms of the standards set by the City of Toronto, and we would welcome the new development in conformity to these standards and precedents. The side yard setbacks are established for many good reasons, such as health, safety, and as a potential fire break in the event the unfortunate were to happen. This minimum should be maintained for all concerned. The proposed length and depth of the structure, and especially the rear building line, we believe should be maintained with the neighboring properties to prevent shadowing and direct sight lines of privacy or encroaching on privacy. This minimum must be maintained for the well-being and harmony of all neighbors. We leave this in the good hands of the Committee of Adjustment and their good judgment in this regard. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Questions? All right. All right, let's go back to our agent, Mr. Rose.
Me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Right. With respect to both neighbors, which my client has met with, I am quite surprised to see that they're both objecting to the side yard setbacks when their own homes have smaller side yard setbacks. I will note that to number 35, Mr. Tsurilian's house, the existing house is set back 0.19 meters. That's like 8 inches. We're asking for 0.9 of a meter, 3 feet, and then after the garage, stepping back to 1.2. His setback is 0.87, I think. So they keep talking about the length of the building being 21.72. And as I've pointed out, we are 17 meters with a 2 meter 0.59 one-story projection. It's really semantics. I know that that's what the bylaw says, but if you look at the side elevations, you will see that this house is very close to grade. Staff can scroll down to the side elevations. So, you know, there's hardly a change in grade. In fact, the grade goes up. Mr. Lacey said that our property was elevated above his. It's actually the opposite, and you can see that on the survey. His grades are higher than our grades on our property. If you can show Mr. Lacey's drone photograph, I will point out to you that there's no impact from our one-story projection because there's a giant tree, and he's actually not, it might be his barbecue area there, but he has also only taken a small portion. The backs of these houses do line up. There are other houses that have one-story projections back here. I also point out, I cannot vouch for anything on the validity of his drawing, as it's an aerial photo and it's not the house we proposed. He's graphically shown something. I have no idea if it's accurate. And so I take it with whatever evidence you see there, but you can see our one-story projection. He's got a large fence. He's got a walkway. He's entertaining on the other side. That's where he's sitting to enjoy his backyard. There's nobody sitting out there. Lots of talk about overlook and shadow. There's no additional shadow. If we're allowed to be 17 meters, there's no additional shadow. There's no loss of privacy. If somebody wants to look into somebody's backyard, they can stand on their second floor and look into someone's backyard. There is no balcony here. There never was. There was no correction to any of the drawings. The application stays the same, other than that the zoning examiner made a mistake with the bay window at the front in the middle. What else? They talk about massing, shadow extensions. Again, we're 17 meters in length for the two-story portion. Sightline, shadow, streetscape. I refuse to see how the streetscape is threatened. Mr. Lacey used the word that this threatens enjoyment for people in the neighborhood. There's no height variance here. Similar side yard setbacks to everyone on the street. I believe, as does planning, and if you read the councillor's note, that this is compatible with development in the area and worthy of the committee's approval. I can answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rose. Questions? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rose, could you go to the second floor plan? When I reviewed the agenda, one of the questions I had to myself is there or isn't there a second floor balcony? And if you look at the second floor plan.
That's the first floor plan. Go down one more.
Next one. In this drawing, there isn't a notation that it's a balcony, and there isn't.
It's called a flat roof, I would say.
There's a notation that there's railings across the windows as a Juliet balcony, perhaps, which is what one of the people mentioned. And if you go down to the elevations, it's a little deceptive because, can we go to the elevation, please? The rear elevation? There. One assumes that's a balcony, but it says it's a decorative railing. So did you ever propose a balcony? Because from my drawings, the drawings I reviewed, there wasn't a balcony there.
So there was never a balcony there. The owners don't want a balcony there. Balconies in our climate are rarely used. I guess there's nothing in the bylaw that says you can't have a decorative railing, but there is a building code height railing in front of the doors called a Juliet balcony. It's 42 inches high, 1070 millimeters. So there'll be no access there. I know the neighbors have said, if you sell the house, someone can take those railings off and do a balcony there. They would have to come back to Committee of Adjustment to get a balcony more than 4 square meters. You are entitled to have a balcony under the bylaw.
So,
we are not asking for one.
My question very simply was, Your proposal never included a balcony.
Never included one, and there's
Thank
lots
you.
of talk.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, let's take this into committee. Who wants to start us off?
I can move us along there, Mr. Chair, if you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bartolo.
Yes, listen, reviewing this application, there's a decent number of variances here, but when I look at them all on balance and I look at the context of the neighborhood, even the adjacent homes, I think the setbacks are in keeping with what's in the local context. I agree with the submission by the applicant here as with respect to the depth of the house and the setting back and the one-story portion versus the two-story portion. And on balance, when I look at it, I don't see it being all that different than the character, massing, and size of other homes in the neighborhood. You know, the FSI, while numerically large, I don't think we have any other issues of coverage or landscape area loss or anything along those lines. So in general, I don't see it being overly different than what's already existing with the new builds immediately or in the local neighborhood.
Yeah, I might note, planning had noted request that if there was an approval, it would tie to site plan. I might put in a request that should their approval be given, that one of the side elevations also be tied. And I'm sensitive to building depths that extend above and beyond. It's a very deep lot, and actually I think it's quite suitable to see and expect single-story additions where you have deeper lots that can accommodate it without the impact, especially when you have an omission of a terrace on top. But that said, I do also want to ensure that if a variance for length and depth is granted, that what we end up with is a one-story extension. Mainly, I just want to ensure that that 17-meter two-story rear main wall is protected.
I think that's contemplated in the recommendation section of the staff report where they want to want it bound to the site plan. And they specifically mention building length.
Is it noted on the site plan the distinction between the first, like a single story versus a two-story section?
Let me see.
Because I don't see it on the staff report. I'd just like something.
I think if we, in addition to the staff report, we make it subject to like being developed substantially in accordance with the elevations provided.
Even just one of the two or both side, west and east side elevation?
I don't think there's any issues with that.
Yeah. Because I'm supportive of the length and depth in its current form, but I'm also, I want to ensure that only pertains to a single story. If I were to support it.
All right.
Is that fair? Is that fair, friendly amendment?
No issues. On that basis, I will put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the following revisions. Variance number 3 be removed, and that that variances 4, 5, and 8 be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawings attached and with the east and west elevations attached.
All right.
And the applicant also proposed permeable pavers in his presentation.
I will accept that as a friendly amendment. Let me just look at the location of it. Is that just in the driveway area?
On the driveway.
Okay, and we will add the requirement that the driveway be constructed from permeable paving material.
That's a second by Mr. Nipfel. All right. Thank you, Mr. Bartolo, for the friendly amendment. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. The motion carries. The application as amended is approved with condition. Site plan and east-west, we've added the east-west elevation to the recommendations, in addition to the recommendations from community planning. Okay. Item 16, 108 Randolph Road. The purpose of the application is to construct a new two-story detached dwelling with an integral garage and rear covered deck. Variances for side yard setback, height, side yard setback for a rear canopy, lot coverage, eave setback to a side lot line, setback of a fire shutter to a side lot line, and FSI. I've got material from the applicant, letter of objection from 102, 104, and 106 Randolph Road. We have our agent with us.
Opposing.
Opposing. We got Mr. Rubinoff.
No applicant.
We have you, yeah. I will. We'll hear from the applicant first, and then, yeah.
It's Glenn Rubinoff here.
Welcome, sir. Your address?
Yes, it's 2 St. Clair Avenue West, Suite 1836 in Toronto.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rubinoff. Let's get the 5 minutes up on the screen whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So let me start with some adjustments to the variances before you today, because we did go through some adjustments. The plans that you currently have before you are current and up to date. The staff report made some recommendations, and this is in line with the recommendations that they've made. We have, of the 7 variances, we have removed 3 of them. Variance number 3 has been removed for the south side yard setback for a canopy. Variance number 4 has been removed for lot coverage. And variance number 6 has been removed for the north side yard setback to a fire shutter. So those 3 have been removed. The other variances, there's adjustments too for variance number 1. The proposed side yard setback from the north side lot line has been increased from 0.46 meters to 0.6 meters. And 0.49 meters from the south lot line. So 0.6 for the north lot line and 0.49 meters for the south lot line. Again, it's indicated in the staff report in the first paragraph. Variance number 2 has no change. Variance number 3 has been removed. 4 has been removed. Variance number 5, the change for the proposed eaves is effectively proposed eaves are effectively at 0.3 meters for the north side and 0.18 meters for the south side. So effectively the north side is compliant now with regards to the proposed eaves, but the south side still has a variance of 0.18 meters. Variance number 6 has been removed, and variance number 7, the proposed floor space index has been reduced from 0.71 to 0.688 meters, which is if for records 247.9 square meters. So those are the changes we've made to the application. We worked with city planning staff to make adjustments to the plans to eliminate variances and also to reduce the existing variances that remain. There is the variance on the 0.46 variance, 0.49 meter variance on the north side is a pinch point. If you look where it touches, it actually steps back beyond that point and goes to 0.62 at the back. So it's only for a portion really at the juncture of that jog there. It's at 0.61 at the front and 0.63 at the back, but because of the angle of the lot, it has been adjusted. The other point I wanted to make was that There is a variance for height here. I should mention to you that we did do a survey of heights granted in the area for an adjustment from 8.5. 110 Randolph, which is immediately next door, was approved for 8.93, and 112 was approved for 8.79 meters. And there's further down the street 120 at 8.85, 128 at 8.8, and 75 Randolph further down at 8.85. So we've worked hard to bring this application, within the densities that have been approved in the area, with setbacks that exist throughout. The 0.49 setback and the 0.6 setback are typical for homes in this area. It's not unusual. The 110 has a setback at 0.6 for the back corner, and 106 has a setback of 0.45 at the back corner of their house as well. So I'll leave it there because I've got 10 seconds left. So I'll just say happy to hear from the neighbors. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Questions? All right, we have another speaker. Please come on down. Mr. Appleton, you said, right?
That's right.
All right, and you are at 106, so you must be the immediate neighbor.
I am. Yeah, my name is Michael Appleton, and I live at 106 Randolph Road. My wife is here with me today. We are in the house right next door to the proposed development.
All right, we'll get the 5 minutes up for you whenever you're ready.
Well, I have my prepared remarks for today, but just having heard a moment ago about the comments about different variations and changes, I'm not privy to that information. I'm going by what was sent out to us a month ago for notification, and I've prepared my remarks accordingly. So just please bear that in mind.
Absolutely, yep.
Now, we have lived for over 30 years at 106 Randolph Road. We enjoy our home and plan on living there for many years to come. If we could have the photo of the two houses, you can just see on the picture there, our house is the one on the left. We have our lovely home we lived in for the past 30 plus years. The house being demolished is the one on the right, and with the new build being proposed. The current owner of 108 Randolph Road bought the property a few years ago and has run it as an Airbnb until now, applying for this new build to take place. When we received the notice for a minor variance, we could immediately see that there was nothing minor about two key aspects of the notice. Now, we object to the following. In spite of whatever the new comment was a moment ago, I'm going by the past information. The height on the new build would exceed the current accepted limit. The maximum height allowed, our understanding, is 8.5 meters. That new height was recently implemented. Now, the proposed height of the new build is now 9 meters they're asking for. If their current proposal of height and width is allowed to be built, their eaves troughs would literally be hanging over the edge of our roof. That means if they don't clean their eaves troughs in a timely manner, it could cause overflow onto our property, possibly causing flood damage, something that we have experienced in the past. Now, the current legal minimum side yard setback is not 0.9 meters, 35.433 inches. Which is barely sufficient as it is, but the residents of Leaside have come to accept it as the new normal. This application is asking to reduce the side yard setback on the south wall facing us from 0.9 meters to 0.49 meters, a difference of over 16 inches past the legal amount. I don't know if you could show the photo of the window, the bay window. Just over, and then the next one. Yeah, right there. See, in this proposed development, their south side wall facing us would be right up against the north wall of our house. The mass height and bulk of the proposed development would destroy the spacing and openness we currently enjoy, also causing a loss of sunlight through the two windows we have on that side of the house. When we look out of our dining room window, all we will see is a brick wall 19 inches from our lot line. Now, the next photo, back to the sump pump on the wall. Our sump pump, gas line, landscape lighting, and irrigation system boxes are on the north side of our house. With the space between the houses being this narrow, any repair crews would have difficulty moving their equipment through to effect any repairs. I mean, what if there was a fire? How would the firefighters get their hoses to the backyard? It begs that question. This is what allowing them to move 16.5 inches past the current legal limit for the side yard setback would look like. So we can have the photo of the chalk lines with the woman standing with the chalk lines at her feet. Now, I don't know if you can close in on that or blow it up a bit. You'll see the pink line on the left represents our lot line for our house. The white line, the chalk line, represents the new brick wall for their build. Now, in the background, you can see that window I showed you before. That's our dining room window. If you look at the white chalk line by her feet, picturing where they want to build their brick wall, if you just extend it back through there, you can see, looking back there, how close that would be to that window of our dining room. That is an outrageous overreach. Now, photographs may tell you so much, but if I may, I'd like to be allowed to give you a real-life example. The idea being that the length of this rope that you're looking at right here is the current legal limit for a side yard setback. It is marked with the requested shorter space. I measured this rope 3 times to make sure it is absolutely accurate. Here is 35.433 inches, the current legal limit. That's what you're looking at right there. Now, here is 19.291 inches, the shorter space being asked for this, moving the new build closer by over 16 inches towards our house. Think about that. They're asking permission to move the wall of their house more than 16 inches closer to our house than is legally allowed, which is this amount. That's how much they want to push past the legal limit towards the wall of our house. That one fact alone should disqualify this application from consideration. Another point to consider, if their current proposal of height and width is allowed to be built, the digging of their new basement could cause damage to the foundation of our house. It is that close. Being longtime residents of Leaside, we are well accustomed to seeing large houses being constructed in our neighborhood, but this application for a new house next door to us at 108 Randolph Road is not acceptable, as no other houses on the street are that close. Approving this application would set a horrible precedent. It betrays the general intent and purpose of the city's zoning bylaws. All of this would be intolerable and grossly unfair to us as being next door neighbor and homeowner. Our neighbors who live at 104 Randolph have also filed a complaint for the application. You have their letter on file. There's a valid reason why the City of Toronto restricts the distance between houses to 35.5 inches. It is the Committee of Adjustment's responsibility to adhere to those current guidelines unless there's an exceptional situation, which is not the case with this application. With respect, we are asking you to refuse this application. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Nippo.
Just a point of clarification, the changes that you heard at the beginning of the meeting, the new proposal is 0.6 meters setback adjacent to your house.
0.6 meters for the, you mean the setback on the side? No.
Well, maybe, Mr. Nippo,
sorry,
maybe we'll get that clear.
Okay, the point is, one was going to stay and one was, I'm talking about the north side.
Well, no, we're facing the south side.
Oh, my mistake, sorry.
Okay.
And I actually had the same question. I'd like just to understand
Sure.
if the modification affects the south side or not. Okay, any other questions right now? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's get Mr. Rubinoff back. I just want to check, Mr. Rubinoff, were you able to, do you have any visual of our, I guess, podium online?
Of your visual of your podium? Yes, I saw that, yes.
You did, okay. I just want to make sure, just because there were some gestures made.
Yeah, no, I understood.
Okay, just ensuring procedural fairness here. Okay, let's turn it back to Mr. Rubinoff. I'd like to provide him an opportunity to respond.
Okay, thank you. So we talk about these side yard setbacks as if everyone's complying with them. The neighbor at 106 is currently at 0.46 at the front, 0.45 at the back. They have a projection of a bay window that's probably within a couple inches of the property line. And they have another projection on the side. Perhaps it's a chimney that's about 0.24 meters to the setback. So their current house is closer than what is proposed for this house. And of course, you know, where she was standing was actually on my client's property, illustrating illustrating the item there. What we talked about earlier was the fact that the proposed setback at the pinch point there is 0.49 meters. The rest of the house is primarily at 0.6 on that side and 0.6 on the other side of the house, on the south side. So his south side is our north side. So just to clarify, that it's 0.6 on our south side and 0.49 at the pinch point on our north side. The reality is that our clients are looking to build something which is fairly consistent in terms of density, in terms of we don't have any length variance, we don't have any coverage variance. We've really tried to keep it down to effectively 4 variances. And of those variances, we've reduced them and eliminated portions of them with regards to the eaves. On the north side, the north side is at 0.3, so it's no longer a variance for the eaves. So I understand that what's existing and what looks like, it looks very dramatic, but the reality is that most redevelopments in the area have closer than the required 0.9. And there's been several decisions in the area that are at 0.6 and 0.45. We tried very careful to minimize the impact that we're having on it, and that's one of the reasons as I mentioned, the way in which the lot kind of slopes a bit is why we're at that pinch point of 0.49. We don't have any landscaping variances. We don't have any things that I think is different than others in the area. And I feel that this application, as reviewed in the staff report, fits into redevelopment that's happening in the area. We did eliminate a number of variances, and we also reduced what we had left. And staff feels that this is an appropriate application for the site, that with the revisions presented. And these were posted on site, so they weren't just brought today. These plans have been on the AIC site since we submitted them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions? All right. Let's take this matter into committee. Mr. Fazeli.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to get a clarification. If I got it right, the variance number 1, the revision was 0.6, right? From the north side, and then 0.9 from the south, correct?
Let's get that clarification. Okay, let's come out of committee. If staff, we have Mr. Rumanoff, just as a point of clarification, Mr. Fazeli has a question concerning the modification of variance number 1.
Hi, if you look at the city staff report, it indicates in the very first paragraph that we increase the side yard setback from or from on the south side to 0.6. The north side, it's 0.49. Is it 0.49 or 0.49? 0.49. So the north side is 0.49, but we've increased, sorry.
North side.
Through you, Mr. Chair, is it okay if we go by
north side is
public
0.6.
notice?
Yeah, so it's,
That's where I got it like confusing there.
yeah, so just,
Apologies, yeah, so sorry, it's
Yeah.
north side is 0.6.
yeah, so they're, both of them are encapsulated into the one variance, north and south. Normally they'd split them, but in this case, you've got both. Yeah. All right, thank you for that clarification. Let's go back into committee. Oh, and thank you, staff, for putting that up. Yes, Mr. Nipfel.
Mr. Chairman, I hope this is correct now. The proposed south side yard setback is 0.49. And I do believe, as the neighbor has indicated, that that is too small. I think his argument and his submission is convincing, notwithstanding the fact that it's only for a portion of the building. It is still a very small space, and the concerns that they've raised, I think, are quite credible. So I'm not going to be supporting that particular variance for the south side yard setback. I also, the north side yard setback is at 6.6. It's not as bad. I would prefer if both side yard setbacks stayed as per the bylaw, but I'd be prepared to accept 0.6 on the north. I just think the proposal on the south is unreasonable.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nipfel. I share in your comments, and not just so much for the setback to the neighbor, but I think there's a functional problem that's created when you come below, let's say, 0.9 on both sides. You restrict access to the back. If we've got at the widest walk point, you got 0.6 meters. It's less than just shy of 2 feet. It's really, I mean, aside from servicing, which I understand, I'm not concerned about that. But you've essentially created a bit of a landlocked house. And I struggle with built form because when I look at the neighborhood, I take Mr. Rubinoff's submission that this neighborhood is characteristic of reduced setbacks. There's a lot, the neighbor is as an example. But what I think where I think that sort of falls short is acknowledging that in a lot of cases where you do have a setback on one side, it's made up on the other side, at least to the point where access can be permitted. And I think in most cases with homes on the streets, I think almost every property, whether it's a semi-detached or a detached, at least on one side, has access from the front to the back that exceeds more than 0.6 meters. So I have a little bit of, that's really my concern. I think, yeah, to your point, I'd be supportive of a setback on one side, but not the other. And you go back to the survey, and actually that's more in keeping with the built form. You have a reduced setback on one side, but it's actually the south side that was afforded the driveway right now. So it's quite a larger setback on the survey. So I think it would be appropriate to expect a little bit more than 0.6 on that side. So I would be supportive of a motion if you would like to bring one forward, unless our colleagues have any other comment or question. Mr. Vizzelli, yeah? Okay. Would you, yeah. I think Mr. Vizzelli noted he was in agreement with your comments as well, so feel free if you,
Okay,
maybe he'll second it.
I'm not sure I'm going to get all of this. So I guess I'm recommending approval of the modified application with the exception of variance number 1. And on that one, I would recommend that the south side setback not be altered and it be 0.9 as in the bylaw. And I also think the north side setback should be 0.9 as in the bylaw. Variance 5 is 0.3, variance 7 is 0.688. Variance 3, 4, 6 are eliminated. And also, well, you can't really use the develop substantially in accordance with the site plan because we've just changed it. But so that would be my my motion. Sorry, that the variances in 1 not be approved and the remainder of the adjusted variances be approved.
Okay, thank you. So you're refusing variance 1?
Pardon me?
Yeah.
You're refusing variance 1?
Yes.
All right, do I have a seconder? Mr. Fazeli, all in favor? All right, that carries. The application as modified is approved with condition.
No.
No condition,
It's
sorry.
Not
Is approved as modified.
Oh, and amended.
And amended
So
without
amended.
condition.
Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary Treasurer, for that. Okay, 5:46, 5-minute, yes, that's it for the 2 o'clock, 5-minute relief break. We have 5 items, I believe, left. I don't think they will take too long, I hope not. We'll be back in 5. And 1 deferral, which we'll deal with right away. All right, we're back. Item 17, 344 St. Germain Avenue. The purpose of this application is to construct a new detached dwelling. Variances before us: west side setback, FSI, west side setback for a front porch, front yard soft landscaping, and building depth. On file, material from the applicant. We have our agent. Yes, Mr.
Is the
Deputy
deferral?
Secretary.
There's Mike Berger. I'll be the acting agent. I reside at 768 Mary Street North.
All right. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, I realize we have a deferral request, but I think we can go through these in order pretty quick. Okay. Sorry, our agent, we got a name and address.
Yes, Michael Berger, from 768 Mary Street North, and the agent for 344 St. Germain Avenue.
All right, thanks. I see on my speakers list 2 agents and an owner. Can I just confirm that everybody online is from the same party?
Yes, I believe the owners are here to listen in.
Okay, great.
Okay, so do you want me to get started? I could walk through.
No, not really. All right. I am going to ask my colleagues whether they require a presentation.
Okay.
All right. All right. Sir, have you modified you've made some modifications?
Yeah, so
Let's start with
after
that.
the staff report, there was a length modification we did. So on your agenda, item number 5, originally we submitted a 20.18 meter length, and with the planning department, we had reduced that down to 18.9.
Okay, and just a correction, that's going to be for depth, not length.
Yeah, sorry, the depth.
No problem. All right, so, and that's our only modification. All right.
That was only modification, yes.
Okay, I also note we have an urban forestry number 3 condition.
Mhm.
In your discussions with forestry, is the intent then to plant a new tree in front of the home?
Well, these front yards are so reduced. So with them, they're asking to plant a tree on the boulevard or in lieu of that to be compensated. So with the lack of space, I mean, these front yard setbacks are our neighbors at 4.11 meters, other neighbors at 4.7. So our average puts us at 4.42, where to put a tree on the boulevard is probably not going to happen. So then they'll be looking for compensation. So an official application through them will be made. So that will definitely be a condition, is to get their clearance and satisfy them.
I see. Not even on the boulevard, eh? All right.
Yeah, if you were to look at the picture, they're really, it's pretty tight, but it's gonna be up to them.
I'll leave it up to them. I think it's a good candidate for a new tree, but I'll leave that to forestry. I'm glad to see the inclusion of that condition and glad to see you've engaged in discussion with them. That was my only question with respect to the application. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions or if they would like a full presentation from you. It might just be questions at this point.
No, just
Yes? For sure.
Letter of objections, just their points. I think the first one's like soft landscaping that they brought up about it. If they could just elaborate and speak to it.
Yeah, so
sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had actually reached out to the neighbors, had a discussion with them. So as per their comment number one, in the length of the house, so that has been revised, and we have reduced the length. Another concern of theirs was rear yard cooling of water. So when we apply for building permit, we will have the proper grading plan. And so we will be able to address proper water flow and drainage with our grading plan. And within our discussion with them, like we're willing to help them out with their backyard as well, because our lot is a little bit lower than theirs. So if we need to relieve them of some water, we'll be able to do that. I know when we do our grading plan, our water is not allowed to cross into their property. But with our discussion and the meeting we had with them earlier in the week, we were willing to help out with that because water in the backyard, standing water is never any good. Yeah, and then they were concerned about the front yard and just the landscaping, and they acknowledged that even our shared driveway, because we have a right of way with the neighbor to the east side, which they had gone through proper procedure to do all that interlocking. So again, there's not much that can be done there. There is a right of way. We are willing to use permeable pavers, which will only make our numbers better than what we're showing on there for our front yard landscaping. And then the last was they had commented about doing some underpinning, and they were just concerned and just wanted to ensure that we took, you know, the best situation we can to ensure we don't damage their foundations, which we're only at the 4 foot minimum for our depth. So we will definitely not be digging any deeper than their foundation. So we should not be disturbing their foundation whatsoever. And then we kind of went through all this with our conversation with them earlier this week when we met.
All right. Have you had any discussions with respect to sight lines and the use of privacy screens? I know there's no variance for the platform and projection, but there is a variance for depth. So
yes, so yeah, we'll be willing. So I know on their comment about privacy, they mentioned something about the front porch. Our front porch actually, instead of having a column there, we do have a little wall down that one side. So their comment about privacy on the front veranda, that's addressed. So
more concerned with the rear, actually.
Yeah, yeah, we could put privacy screening down either side of our deck. We'd be absolutely, if we could make that a condition to provide the privacy screening.
All right. Have you had any discussion with the neighbor whether that is desirable? Because in some cases, that's not the best approach. There may be other mitigating factors.
Well, when we were talking with them earlier in the week, it seemed to be their main concern was the pooling of the water in the rear yard. And that to them was the main concern. So we assured that when we're taking care of our drainage, we will handle that. And while we're redoing all the grading, that we could probably help them out and allow to get some of their drainage taken care of.
All right.
There was no mention of the privacy screening on the rear deck.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks for that clarification. Mr. Nipfel?
Mr. Chairman, could I just clarify something? You mentioned permeable paving. I presume that's in your front yard because you're deficient in landscaping. And you mentioned that it would help your landscaping. Just to clarify, it won't change your numbers because permeable paving isn't accepted as an alternative to landscaping, but it actually does allow for some permeability of water through the surface, and therefore it assists when you've got a deficient landscape number.
Yes.
And in terms of the screening on the back deck, perhaps rather than a condition on screening, because you haven't had that discussion, maybe you could just have a discussion with your neighbors and jointly decide what would be the best way to deal with that if it was an issue.
Yeah, absolutely, because I mean, this is not an investment home. My clients are going to be living in this, so they've already started down that route with maintaining a good relationship with the neighbors, so that will be absolutely doable.
All right. Other questions? Okay. Mr. Perger, could you just also confirm the other two parties with you? They will not be speaking, I presume.
No, they will not be speaking.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Let's take this into committee now.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if there are no comments from the colleagues, I think I'd like to forward a motion. I think the explanation satisfied the question that I had. I also explained about the letter of objections from the neighbor. So I'd like to forward a motion to approve the application as amended. It's variance number 5, changed to 18.90. And subject to the condition foreseen number 3. So that is my motion. And they mentioned that they do it already, right?
The inclusion.
They said. And also the condition for permeable paper to be included in the application as well.
Front drive?
Front drive.
For the front driveway.
Front driveway, yes. When the privacy.
Yeah. All right. Second by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. That motion carries. All right, item 18, 57 Parkwoods Village Drive. The purpose of the application is to permit interior alterations to Unit 1 and convert the existing locker rooms on floors 2 to 7 to allow for 6 new apartment units within the existing apartment building. We've got 8 variances before us related to the purpose of the application as noted, and a late staff report. I also see a memo from Transportation Services and some revised drawings submitted from July 17th. We have Mr. Goldman with us.
He's online now.
I just said, let's start over from the top.
There we go, Mr. Goldman. Just got you online. Your name and address for the record.
So, yeah, my name is Barry Goldman. I am at 321 Carlaw, Unit 203. And I'm happy to make a presentation, very brief presentation if you like, or simply answer any questions if you prefer.
All right, thank you for that. We'll defer to my colleagues and ask whether they would like a presentation. Yeah, and staff, actually, let's pull up this late staff report as well. Yeah, there's some conditions. Actually, Mr. Goldman, have you seen, are you aware of the staff report?
Yes, we're aware of the conditions. We've already embarked on that. So we're happy to abide by those conditions. We've already commenced that process. I will add, the intention is not to pull permits for units that are occupied. There are currently 2 units in the building that have become vacant organically, just as people moved out. And the owners wanted to convert that locker room into an additional 1-bedroom unit and effectively move the demising wall over to capture the single bedroom. We are at committee in order for all of them, just to get the building set up so that as tenants move out organically, they will be able to continue the process. But the intention is not to dehouse anyone. Having said that, we're happy to abide by the recommendations from city staff.
All right.
Since I'm talking, I'll just add the remaining variances are technical existing conditions. The building has been there since, I think, 1960 something. And should the committee see fit to refuse, those variances will still exist.
All right, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Goldman, have you reviewed the report for transportation services?
We have reviewed it. I understand. And there is one space currently that is painted on the ground as accessible. I don't believe it would count for today's zoning to be an accessible parking space. But I will say again, we're not changing the number of bedrooms in the building. I did read that, but we're not really changing the number of people that live there. We're not altering any use patterns. The one, and it's really not a simple thing to create more parking that would alter the existing landscaping. And I would suggest that would be imposing undue hardship on the building owners. We're not changing the number of bedrooms in the building. And on that basis, we're not adding new vehicle pressure to the building. What we can do, and we're happy to commit to doing, is adding more bicycle spaces. It's relatively easy to do, and we're happy to add 12 more bicycle spaces at the entry to the building. But changing, if it was simply repainting the parking lot, that would be straightforward. We'd be happy to do it. There is a space in front of the entrance that is painted accessible, and it's been there for decades. It simply does not, it's not correctly sized for this zoning.
It just presumably you'd like a sign off from transportation, and they've got 4 points that they need clarified before they'll even comment. They're deferring any comment on this subject to providing additional information. And I just wondered where you stood with that.
We did provide them with that information. It's unfortunate that it took the amount of time it did for us to get that, but it seems like they were confused about precisely what we were doing. It seemed like they thought we were adding additional units, and again, we're really just moving a bedroom from one unit to another.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Goldman, any stats in terms of number of the residents that either drive or rely on public transit? Is there sufficient, in your opinion, is there sufficient public transit in the area, or is it a difficult site to access via car?
It is adjacent to public transit, and I will note there are 106 parking spaces in the building. And I think we all know as time goes by, less and less people, particularly in rentals, are car owners. I would suggest that 106 parking spaces would be adequate for 86 dwelling units. And again, I know I keep circling back, but this is the existing condition. We're not adding additional bedrooms to the building. We're not putting more people in the building. And on that basis, I'd suggest the existing condition should be allowed to remain.
Is that helpful, Mr. Nipfel? Did that?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. All right, any more questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Goldman. Let's take this into committee.
can move this along, Mr. Chair. I think this is a pretty straightforward application. It's an existing condition. They're making some interior alterations and improvements to an existing apartment building. I don't see the parking as being an issue. Frankly, if they did
Yeah,
it today, they wouldn't even require a fraction of the parking that they have now. So on that basis, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application, subject to the conditions noted in the staff report.
Which staff report?
Sorry, the planning.
The planning staff report, okay. Do I have a seconder? Second by Mr. Nitfeld. All in favor? That's unanimous. You have your approval, Mr. Goldman. All right. Item 19, 481 Old Orchard Grove. The purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling with an integral garage. Variances for the number of stories and rear platform area. On file material from our applicant. We have our applicant with us online.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Nicole Parr. I'm at 22 Blue Forest Drive.
All right, Ms. Parr, I'm going to ask my colleagues if they'd like a presentation on this item. I'm seeing heads shake. If it's all right with you, we can take this into committee for a decision.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
All right, let's move this into committee. Yeah, Mr. Bartolo?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a very straightforward application. Variance number one is not really triggering any other variances, and I think it fits with the build form. I'm not concerned about the minor increase to the platform height. Therefore, I will put forward a motion to approve this application.
All right, do I have a seconder? Second by Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? Unanimous. That motion carries. Yes, no conditions, right, Mr. Bartolo? Yes, I heard no condition. No condition, staff. All right, item 20. Our deferral request, thank you for your patience. 30 Chudley Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a two-story rear addition with a deck. Variances for encroachment of a deck into an east side setback FSI and side yard setback of a building from an east lot line. On file, material from the applicant and a letter from 28 Chudley Avenue. We have our agent or applicant with us for this item. And while we're waiting on our agent, I just want to confirm, you guys are here for 2021, I presume? Last? Okay. Everybody is here for that item. So I just want to make sure I don't miss anybody. Thank you. Do we have our agent?
He has to unmute, Mr. Chair. We
All
requested
right.
him.
Is Mr. Bankowski, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm sure he can hear us.
Hold on, I got a message.
Jonathan, if you can hear us, are you able to unmute yourself? We can see you online.
All right. Let's stand this item down. I wanna get us out at a reasonable time. It's we're gonna move on to item 21, 35 Grange Mill Crescent. The purpose of this application is to construct a two-story detached dwelling with an integral garage, front porch, and rear covered deck with balcony above. Variances: side main wall height, height of first floor above established grade, lot coverage, second story balcony area, front stair width, encroachment into a rear yard setback, rear canopy encroachment, second floor balcony encroachment into a rear yard setback and east side yard setback. On file, material from the applicant, a report from community planning, and one letter of objection from 39 Grange Mill Crescent. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, member of the committee. My name is Mehran Haydari from PMV Design Group, 1090 Dalmis Road, Northwood, Ontario.
All right, sir, we'll get it 5 minutes up, and I will give you the floor.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. So, based on the staff recommendation and the coordination, we did the staff variance number 4 regarding the area of the second story balcony under the city of Waila. So, we are changing the area of the balcony from 21.29 square meter to 15.57 square meter. And the variance number 8 regarding the second floor balcony encroachment into the rear yard setback and east lot line decreasing from 2.61 meter into the rear yard setback and increase from 1.83 meter from the east side lot line to the maximum 2.01 meter into the rear yard.
I will clarify. Yeah, I think, sir, we can just go back for a second. You were clarifying variance number 8, I believe. Is it modification?
Yes. Yeah, in variance number 8, we are changing 2.61, the balcony encourage from 2.61 to 2.01.
Okay.
And also the setback of the balcony from 8.13 to 2.5 meter.
Okay. So just to confirm, what you have just modified for us on the public notice is in line with the community planning staff report?
Yes, also the revised site plan, revised the drawing that I submitted the application.
All right. Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
All right, so we made the modifications. Going to reset the clock for you. And sir, whenever you're ready.
Yes, let's explain about the variance that in front of us. So variance number 1, so we are talking about the maximum height of the side exterior main wall. Please refer to drawing A08 and A09. As per the zoning bylaw, an increase in the sidewall height beyond the maximum allowance 7.5 meter is permitted for up to 30% of the wall length. In our case, the east side wall exceeds this allowance slightly, reaching approximately 40%, while all the other walls fully comply with the 7.5 meter maximum height requirement. And this request is just for the front part of the wall that is working with the front elevation design, and we just have the one small parapet wall on the front. And if we extend the slope like the overhang, we don't need this variance. It's just for the architectural feature that we are exceeding the sidewall height. Variance number, okay, yes. You can see it in this elevation. The portion of the wall that's exceeding 7.5 meter in the right hand of the elevation is just in accordance with the design of the front elevation is a parapet wall. And we are okay to have the 30% of the length more than 7.5 meter. Here is a slightly more than 30%. Variance number 2, we are talking about the maximum height of the first floor above. That is 1.2 meter, we are 1.59 meter. This variance is minor in nature as it results from the raising the first floor level by only 0.39 meter above what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. Number 3, the permitted maximum lot coverage is 30% of the lot, and the proposed is 35.61% of the lot. The lot coverage is common variance found in many committee of adjustment applications within this neighborhood. Please refer to the supporting document which outline the history of the approved variances and demonstrate the consistency of this proposal with the established development pattern in this area. Yeah, I attached in the presentation, you have the map that shows the all approved variances in the area. So here, I mentioned all variance approved in the area. Number 4, the permitted maximum area of each platform, as I mentioned, this one is already changed from 21.29 square meter to 15.57 square meter. Variance number 5, exterior stairs providing the pedestrian access. So we are looking for 3.24 meter. So the proposed front stairs have an overall width of 3.24 meter. However, the main usable portion of the stairs is only 2.32 meter wide. This variance results from the architectural design and includes side features that contribute the total width but are not part of the main stairs thread. Number 6, the platform without main wall attached. So as I mentioned, so the extra encouragement that we are losing is just 0.11 meter. And in minor is we are talking about the encouraging the required setback 2.5 meter. Variance number 7, a canopy awning, same as the platform and the porch from the deck. The canopy awning a similar structure above platform, meeting the requirement of the regulation. So needs encourage maximum 2.5 meter. That we are encouraging 2.61 meter. That is 0.11 meter, and is minor in nature. Number 8, we talked about the encouragement of the second floor balcony, and we changed the number, and you have in front of you and the staff report as well. And the number 9 finally, so it's about side yard setback. That is, we are looking for a 1.28 meter. The side yard setback variance applies only in one side of the house, that affect just 6.63 meter of the front portion of the wall, and the rest complying with the bylaw and the other side of the house as well. So this is my presentation. If there is a question, I'm more than happy to answer.
As part of your review, with respect to the main pedestrian entrance height,
yes.
Do you have any precedent in the immediate context to support a first floor height above 1.2 meters? Because when I look at the street, I look at the adjacent properties, it seems there's a pretty close connection between the door sill height and grade. It doesn't seem like this is a block or a street that is typical of a lot of stairs.
Yeah, so this is the reason that if you look at here site plan, if you zoom in on the front porch, the way I designed the front steps, I made the stairs L-shaped and working with the landscaping. So the stairs that is here, so let me open here, I can see. Yeah, we have 8 steps, because of the house is at the top of the versus to the street. We have just 8 steps, and we have the 4 step that is on the porch that is overlook for the outside, and the rest of the 4 step is the landscaping, and we have the wide lot, and this 4 step can work with the landscaping design, and it's not negative impact on the feature of the house when you're looking from the house. So I believe
the result of those 8 steps is you've got your door sill height is now raised.
Yes.
And the relationship between the bottom of the front door and established grade is increased, and that's the request for the variance. So, more, I guess, in sort of to ask the question more plainly, are there any other houses on the street that have 8 steps to the front door?
Let me compare this one. I didn't check this variance, because I didn't expect that is something that may be questioned. So let me explain. So we have lots of the application comes to the committee, and you see the main first floor is top of the garage. So we have the foyer after the porch, and we have a step up from the foyer to the main floor. and the main floor technically is top of the garage.
Understood.
So this, it is designed, there is no like this, and the main floor is 0.15 meter higher than the porch. So, and technically, negative impact of the this kind of a design that is no step on the foyer and going up is less than the houses that we have. So I believe this is not something that raising the problem in the neighborhood. And also, if you look at the rear deck that we have on the design, we have the just 7 step up because the land in the back is higher. And in the front, we have the 8 step. In the back, we have the 7 step. So based on this, I believe this is a reasonable application based on the geometry of the land and also the level of the backyard versus the front, and the slope that we have, higher slope on the back versus the front part.
All right, understood. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Now, Mr. Nifel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have you had any discussions with the neighbor at number 37 adjacent?
No, actually, I didn't have opportunity to talk with them. I asked the owner to talk because the owner is living there. And I have the opposition, and I have the opposition letter, and I wanted to explain about, I didn't want to talk before the presentation. I'm not sure he is here, or I want to answer the opposition right now.
So you haven't had a discussion with the neighbor?
No.
Okay.
No.
The concern that I have is you've got a deck that comes off of, I think it's off of your family room, and it's fine. But the one above is, you've asked for a substantial increase in the size of that deck, and it's off the master bedroom. You've got a very shallow rear yard, and the neighbor has a very shallow rear yard. That second floor deck really has the opportunity of destroying privacy of your neighbor. You can see all over the neighbor's rear yard. I'm at this point not inclined to support the variance that suggests that you get more square footage. I think that deck should stay at 4 square meters.
Yes, actually, you are absolutely right. So I talked, we talk about the neighbor on the rear. Yes, I had a conversation with the neighbor on the back that has concern about this balcony. We had the phone conversation, and also we had the email conversation with him too, Michael. And I already explained to Michael, I'm not sure he's here or... No? Are you here? Or? Oh, okay. So I'm not sure he's representing the opposition or no, but let me explain the situation. Because I already talked with him and I explained, and I want to bring the attention. You know, I understand the owner of the property on the rear has concern regarding the variance number 4 and has requested the installation of the privacy screen or the planting of tall trees to mitigate the potential overlook from the second floor balcony. However, I would like to clarify that privacy screen is typically proposed when the concern is arised by the adjacent side yard neighbors, not the rear. And in the case, the distance between the proposed balcony and their property building in the back is approximately 19 meters, which significantly limits any direct privacy impact. With all due respect, concern over the privacy at the distance are generally considered minimal. Additionally, if this variance were removed, the zoning bylaw still permit balcony up to 4 square meters. You know, I agree with you. You know, we are talking about the increasing the size of the balcony, not existing the balcony. So if I eliminate the variance number 4 about the balcony size, we still have the opportunity to have the 4 square meter. That is no difference on the impact of the development for the neighbor's property on the back.
I think it does, because 4 square meters is a very small area. And it's not as if there'd be a large number of people out there creating a disturbance. The size that you're proposed even though it's off the master bedroom, could accommodate a large number of people and appropriately a large amount of noise. So I'm not sure what your answer was. Are you agreeing to reduce that or remove that variance?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. I have the authorization from my clients to remove that variance number 4 and eliminate the balcony size of the variance.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. That's helpful. Yeah.
Number 4.
Yes, just to confirm, sir, you're okay to remove variance number 4?
Yes, eliminate
All right.
variance
We
number
just
4,
wanted
yes.
that for staff for the
Yes.
record. Okay. All right, other questions at this time? All right, thank you, sir. We've got 2 more speakers, one in person and one virtual. We'd like to hear from, so two virtual. Okay, thanks for that clarification. All right, come on down. Tell us your name, address.
Good evening, members of the committee. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak in opposition to this application. My name is Jerry Kaplan. With my wife Betty, we have lived at 31 Grange Mill Crescent for almost 50 years. We know the neighborhood, we know the neighbors. We know how the neighborhood has developed over that period of time. Grange Mill is part of the original 1950s Don Mills planned development. It was the first of its kind in Canada, where each house was built on a large lot. Over the years, our neighborhood of 3-bedroom bungalows and side-split homes has evolved. The original Don Mills development was designed to provide affordable housing for middle-class families, and it became an example for all of Canada to follow. As the years passed, these original 3-bedroom homes would be renovated or torn down to build 2-story homes, and in many cases, in keeping within the limits of the building and zoning bylaws. We ourselves put on an addition on our home in 1986 while staying within the limits of the building and zoning bylaws. Now, the idea of an affordable house, especially in our area, is long gone. New property owners, seeing the large lots and the potential for great profit, started challenging these building and zoning bylaws by asking for huge variances, resulting in homes that are being built as large as possible so that they could ask more and more for resale. We now are in a situation where resale maximum-sized homes in our neighborhood and our street are selling for more than $6 million, where the original 3-bedroom bungalows are selling for $2 million. We used to be a community for middle-class families, but now it's become a place where only the very rich can afford. And that's unfortunate. Now, referring to the application at 35 Grange Mill. It's my understanding that the minimum variance in Toronto should be between 3 and 5%. And I don't know if you've, unfortunately, I was unable to hear a lot of the changes, but going through I did hear the one that the deck, second-story deck was being removed, but I worked out percentages, and I have to apologize if there were any that were adjusted previously, because I just didn't hear them. So the first variance, the proposed height of the side exterior wall is 13.7% higher than the bylaw allows. The second variance that they're asking for, the proposed height of the first floor above ground, the established grade, is 32.5% higher. And in answer to your question, sir, there are no other homes on our crescent that have elevated stairs like that, entrances. None. Not even close. And we do have some large homes. Number 3, the proposed lot coverage is 18.7%, almost 20% more than allowable. Number 5, the proposed front stairs, 62% wider than allowable. Number 6, the proposed platform encroaching into the required rear setback. And in number 7, those two are, in my opinion, at 4.4%. That's a minor variance, and I'm not concerned about that. Number 8, which is the proposed second floor balcony. I know that it's been removed, but I don't know whether or not it's going to, how that's going to affect number 8, because right now the setback is 44% closer than it allows. And the final one, the proposed east side setback, is 29, almost 30% closer than the bylaws allow. So I know that the Committee of Adjustment is designed to provide flexibility in dealing with minor variances. The Planning Act outlines 4 criteria for minor variances to be approved. And as you can see, as far as I'm concerned, the variances requested here do not in any way meet the criteria for approval, and so we are opposed to them. So thank you very much.
All right,
If
thank
any
you.
questions, I'd be happy to answer them. As I said, we know the neighborhood very well.
Questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. We have 2 speakers online waiting to speak.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening. Can I speak now? Can
Yes.
everybody hear me?
Yeah, your name and address first, and then we'll get the clock up for you. Please and share your concerns.
All right. Good evening. My name is Michael Nazarian. I've owned 69 Grange Mill Crescent since 2010, and I've lived here myself since 2017. My property sits directly behind 35 Grange Mill. I want to start by apologizing to the committee for not submitting a formal letter of objection. I wanted to keep this off the record and resolve it as a good neighbor. I attempted to contact Mr. Haydari, the architect, and the property owner directly to discuss privacy concerns and find a fair solution. Unfortunately, I got polite dismissal, no enforceable commitments, and the so-called solution of 2 small ginkgo trees, which are deciduous and would provide no screening at the best of times, let alone year-round. This does nothing to address the real impact, so here I am. I appreciate that the balcony has now been removed. That's an important step, but variances 1 and 2 are still a huge problem. Variance 1 raises the side walls from 7.5 meters to 8.52 meters, and variance 2 raises the first floor from 1.2 meters to 1.59 meters, meaning even their main floor windows will look directly over my fence. The entire back of my house is made of glass. My kitchen, dining room, and living room all face this property, as does my upstairs bathroom window. Even without a balcony, the raised floors and taller walls will have a direct elevated sight lines into every part of my home and backyard. The staff report shows negotiations behind the scenes saying the balcony was reduced from 21.29 meters squared to 15.57 meters squared and may now be removed entirely. The rear encroachment, variant 8, might now be off the table, but the wall height and the first floor height remain unchanged. Removing the balcony helps, but privacy is still an issue. This isn't just about the numbers being slightly smaller. Even with these changes, I will lose all privacy inside and outside my home. 2 small deciduous ginkgo trees are no solution. They will shed their leaves in winter and provide zero privacy when I need it most. The southeast corner of their property already has a proper privacy screen of tall evergreens. If they can provide that level of screening for one neighbor, why am I expected to settle for far less? That same standard should be applied across the rear. I'm not asking them to redesign their house. I'm asking the committee to make these variances conditional on a real privacy concern. A full row of tall, dense evergreen trees across the rear of the property line, at least as tall as the top of the second-story windows and matching the size and fullness of the trees already on their southeast corner. Anything less, and my privacy is gone. I've owned my home since 2010. I've lived here since 2017. The entire back of my house is glass, and without proper screening, I will have zero privacy inside or outside of my home. If variances 1 and 2 are approved, make them conditional. Fairness among neighbors matters. If they can plant evergreens for the southeast neighbor, I deserve the same protection. Without that, my bathroom, my main floor living areas, and my backyard will be on display year-round. And yes, also my property value will take a hit. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Questions? Sir, just want to confirm your address again for us. I know you gave it. Say again?
69. Grange Mill
69,
Crescent, directly
69.
below. That's right.
Okay, so you are at the back. All right. Okay. Staff, we've got some other speakers.
I live on 67 Grange Mill. 69. God. I'm a little nervous. I live beside Michael on 71 Grange Mill Crescent. Like Michael, I'm concerned about our privacy. We have a pool, and I just feel like they're just going to be right on our backyard. And I'm also concerned about our sunlight. We've lived in this house since 2000, and all the houses around us are still very similar to ours. I know that it's what everybody's doing, building bigger and bigger houses, but I really feel like at some point there should be a limit to how big these houses are going to get. My main concern was the balcony, which now they are saying they're not doing. But beyond the balcony, it's just the raised windows, the raised floors, they're all going to be right into our property. So that's my concern.
All right, thank you. Questions?
Can I just clarify something?
Sure, of course.
Just a point of clarification. The discussion we had about the balcony at the beginning was a variance to request a larger size balcony. And I said I personally couldn't support that. And I suggested that the applicant remove that variance, which he has. However, he's still permitted to have a 4 square meter balcony. So I don't want, and I don't think his intention so far was to remove the balcony completely, but to have a smaller one. So when he comes back, we will clarify that. But I think you're the third person that has said that the balcony is removed, and I don't think that's the applicant's proposal. So we will get that clarified.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Nipfel. Okay, any other questions of the speaker or comments? None? All right, we've got one more speaker, or does that conclude? Okay, great. Let's go back to our agent now.
So thank you for the neighbors for appointing their concern, and I almost answered most of the concern. So about the neighbors on the back, so they have concern about the height. So the height variance of the sidewall height that we are requesting, it's on the front part of the house, in just for almost 6 meters of the front portion of the wall on the east on the side of the house. And this extra height that is, as I explained, is because of the architectural design of the parapet wall. If I have the overhang of the roof, we don't have this variance, and it's just for the architecture. And this at the front of the house, there is no negative impact of the sun shadow or anything from the house on the back, and there is no negative impact, and still we comply 7.5 meter height of the soffit on the back, on the both sides of the house. One of the side 100%, the other side just 60%. We are complying to 7.5 meter, and I believe there is the concern about the sidewall height. It's not valid about negative impact. That is just a design. Also about the height of the main floor. If again I explained to you before, so the deck on the back is just a 7-step coming up. Is not a raised main floor. It's just 1.4 meter raised from the backyard. The bylaw is 1.2 meter, but because we have the slope in the back, we have the 1.4 meter, just 0.2 meter extra. That is just 8 inches. About the lot coverage, the lot coverage, as you see on the approved application in the neighborhood, we have lots of the sample and lots of the development approved. And my client sent the email to the neighbors, Marco, on the back, that he's living to this house. She already moved in, and she gonna live to this house for next 20 years with their family and the mother and the daughter. And as you know, the government of Canada approved and right now is in effect the city of Toronto. So the coverage up to 40%, 45% is allowed in the city of Toronto. So because of the extra unit that comply with the bylaw, and for example, you have the application today on the Addison 49 by the Addison. It was the 45% lot coverage with no variance on the zoning review. This is because of the secondary unit. If we have the secondary unit, the government allows us to 45% lot coverage. And this is the issue that right now we have with the neighborhood coverage. But the coverage is because of the extra unit that we are. If you look at the basement floor plan, can you please bring the basement floor plan on the monitor? I will explain to you. Yes. Okay, so if you look at the plan, so from the garage we have the door to the inside of the house, and we have the door to going to the basement. This is the extra unit in the basement. This is a separate unit in the basement, and my client wants to live with the daughter and the mother in this house, and it actually is a multi-unit. So that we can get the 45% lot coverage by the government of the Ontario regulation easily without any variance. But because we didn't want to go with this process to having more than what we need, so we comply with actually we follow the approved variances on neighborhood. And if you see the example that I provided on the supporting document, we have too many applications in this neighborhood with the lot coverage more than 35%. And about the question of the balcony, so by removing the variance number for about the balcony size, we are just removing the having the bigger balcony. But a smaller balcony is not something that we need to have variance for it. Up to 4 square meter, we have option. But if you really has concern and the neighbors has concern, my clients are okay with the condition of no balcony on the application, because it's not a big issue for my client to have the big balcony or a small balcony. As long as the neighbors are happy for removing the balcony and approving the variance with the condition of the no balcony is built and the building permit process, so I'm okay with that.
All right, thank you.
You're
Questions? All right, okay. It looks like, thank you, sir. You can step down. It looks like we can take this into committee now. Would like to get us started.
Am I allowed to ask a question?
No, actually, sorry, did you want to speak? Because my understanding is you guys are together and you had a represent.
We are together, but I do have a question.
All right, is it a question for the agent?
May I speak? May I come up?
Unfortunately not, because the agent has already given his rebuttal to the remarks that were made. So if I have you up, then then I have to restart the entire process. He's going to have his opportunity to rebut. So I'm not going to allow it at this time, actually. Okay. So we're in committee.
I can get things moving along if you like.
Thanks, Mr. Bartolo.
Listen, I've heard the applicant and the opposition, and I understand that a lot of the concerns revolve around privacy concerns and overlooking these sorts of things. And, I find this one a little bit challenging in some ways because the neighborhood is evolving. What's being proposed is not exactly in keeping with what's adjacent to it. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that it's bad either, or that it doesn't have its own merits, right? So when I look at it on that basis and I look at the modifications made here, including the elimination of the largest overlook and privacy issue, and then I compare that with the concerns of the neighbors in the rear and the adjacent neighbors, and saying that they're going to have overlook into their backyard and these sorts of things, which is true. And then I look at the actual numerical value of that, and it's the 20 centimeters at the rear that's really making that difference in that balcony height at the rear of the property. So on balance, when I consider that relatively small amount, the elimination of the balcony and the modifications made in the staff report, and understanding, I think it's also important to understand the issues around the main wall height and where it applies to a portion of it and where it doesn't apply to the balance of it. That's difficult to see, and I don't think that was articulated well to the audience here. So on balance, as modified, I think I can support it.
Yeah, I'll just quickly comment. I had some concerns at the rear, which I think have been resolved. Certainly that second-story balcony would have created some significant issues, and there's a number of there's more than one variance before us that has to do with a encroachment at the rear, which is tough because it's a shallow lot. I acknowledge it's a shallow lot to begin with. They don't have much building length or depth, so I am sympathetic to that. But at the same time, just acknowledging that they're not only limited in their rear yard setback, but the adjacent neighbors don't have much of a rear yard setback either. So the impact, this is where things like, sight lines, first floor height, massing start to become a little more impactful. I am okay. I'm satisfied with the modifications as the application is proposed at the rear. I still have some concern at the front. I think the pedestrian height, the first floor pedestrian height, I don't think it's supportable. There's just not even a single example. I think within the broader context, I might be able to pick out one unicorn property, but it's not just the height of the first floor, but by allowing that variance, we're also enabling this typology, which, when I say typology, I'm talking about the garage with the 2 stories above on the one side and the walk-up. It's just not, I don't see it in this neighborhood. So it becomes challenging for me in that respect when I start to see variances that facilitate that. And that said, it is, I think, certainly from a streetscape perspective, it is, as proposed, it is certainly among the largest homes in the neighborhood or on the street. I think a lot of the newer builds, if you look, they're 2 stories with the first floor more or less at grade and a single story over the garage. So it's not that I'm against having the garage pushed underneath, but when I see 10 feet on that second floor, in addition to a 8 feet of garage and another floor, then it becomes too much. There has to be some mediation if you're going to propose this typology to ensure that the massing isn't too high. And I don't know, 10 meters on a front main wall. When I see 10 meters, I think of building height. I think of the pitch, sort of in the middle of the roof. There's a slope. There's some angular planes. In this case, they've just taken advantage of that 10 meters and gone just right up on the street. So that's where I have concern with this application. But I'm supportive of the I'm supportive of the rear, particularly do acknowledge the limitations of the lot. They don't have a lot of space. They're not asking for a lot of length and depth. So I'm sympathetic to some of those other variances. Less so at the front. I don't know, maybe my colleagues feel differently.
With the elimination of variance number 4, I think you're eliminating variance number 8 as well. I think that'd be appropriate to get rid of both of those for the encroachment of the balcony, the second floor balcony.
Yes, yeah, 4 and 8 would be eliminated.
And if you're struggling with number 2,
I'd say that would be my next biggest. The rest I could be supportive of, but I think it's just tough. It's because it's sort of like, well, it's only 0.2 meters, but there's just absolutely nothing to support it in this neighborhood north of 1.2 meters. It just isn't. Immediate or broader, but it is. I'll leave it there. Mr. Nippo.
I had real difficulties with the rear elevation because of the balcony and the fact that the applicant, in response to what he's heard from neighbors, has agreed to not only remove the variance associated with that, but also to a condition that he doesn't have a second floor balcony is very good. I think it's a big house. It's a very big house, but it's a big lot. Having said that, it's the way in which it addresses the street is a problem. It's this big stairway leading to the front door, and there doesn't seem to be anything else like that. This is Don Mills, after all, and you would never know that looking at the elevation. I'm having a lot of trouble with this application generally, but I think variances number 4 and 2, and then the associated variance 8, which is the extension, those are the ones that I have the most trouble with. And with those removed, I might actually be able to see my way clear to support the application. Certainly couldn't support it as it is without those variances removed.
Perhaps if a motion, I don't know how my other members feel, but you'd have a seconder if you have a motion, Mr. Nipfel. I think I'm right in line with your concerns.
Okay, I'd like to move approval of the. It's not. Can I just say I move approval of variance number 1, 3, 4 has been removed, so we don't deal with that. Oh damn! Sorry. I have to go through them one at a time.
On the pedestrian entrance, right? Yeah.
So 1, 3, 4 is gone, 5, 6 I think is gone, so I wouldn't.
6, 7 are I think included.
6, 7 are included.
It's 8 that is removed.
The one extending into the, okay, 6 and 7 I move approval of. 8 I think that goes with the balcony. And 9.
I think
Yeah,
we're
because
refusing
it doesn't make any sense because the balcony's gone.
Okay, then you'd have to refuse it.
We did, it's a refusal then.
Okay, yes, I'm recommending refusal. So you need to go through that again?
And did you want to put a condition on the balcony, the no balcony, and tie that to any of the variances? Perhaps some of the rear encroachment variances? Or are you satisfied that they could
No,
work within the bylaw?
I think a condition without no bylaw or no balcony on the rear elevation is a reasonable condition.
Mr. Chair, sorry. So altogether, there's 9 variances there. Not all are accounted for. So no mention was made for 9. No mention was made for 2. So you're either approving variances, or you're refusing variances, or you're modifying variances.
Okay, let me.
And we recognize that the applicant had removed 4. That still leaves 2 and 9 unaccounted for.
Okay, I'm recommending refusal of 2, just to clarify. And 8, because it is connected to doing no balcony. 9, I'm recommending approval of, and I'm recommending that, oh no, I'm getting confused.
No, I know where you're going with that. I'm following, so I can help out.
That there be no, and the condition being that there's no second floor rear balcony, that,
You can't, it's an as of right.
But if you tie it to a condition,
And you can't.
then
tie
the
it
other
to-
variants, they can do it as of right, but then they're required to, in order to get the variance, they'd have to comply with the condition.
and he offered it.
Well,
Sure, they don't have to do it.
the argument I'm going to make is you've got 2 conditions that are creating a condition that would exacerbate that as of right for that balcony, because 6 and 7 specifically would permit an encroachment of a canopy and a platform into a required rear yard setback. So we just want to ensure that if we permit that encroachment into the rear yard setback, that they wouldn't then add an as-of-right balcony on top of that, on
So-
top of those structures.
As worded, if he is permitted some form of rear balcony on the second floor, you cannot word that condition that way. You cannot deny an as-of-right build.
You can't deny it as of right.
Okay.
How do we address okay, can we start again? Pardon me. How do we address the condition that most of the people that spoke wanted the balcony removed, and the applicant said, okay, I'm not going to remove, I'm not going to.
I don't think you can, it doesn't
And I
matter.
would put a condition into that.
No, it's up to them.
You have to do it, I guess, on their good.
So basically, I don't think we can apply that. It really depends on applicant if they want. They mentioned that they won't build it, but basically we can enforce that.
So, Mr. Chair, that amounts to a private agreement, which is fine, but it is not within your purview. But you cannot deny the applicant something that is a built form that is permitted.
You could.
And these other modifications are changing the elevations.
Excuse me, may I help you?
I
help you here?
I can't, because we're in committee, sir.
Just want to help you.
Okay, I'm going to pull this out of committee very shortly.
So by removing variance number 2,
Yes,
so we are technically removing variance number 6 as well.
yes. Yeah, if you can just talk into the mic so we have it on the record.
Yes, variance number 2 to be removed, and variance number 6 to be removed.
Because he's lowering the,
Yes.
Yes, and variance number 7 is removed too.
Understood.
So the applicant is removing 2, 6, 7, and 4. Is that correct?
2, 6, 7, and 4, yes.
All right,
And
thank you
8.
for that. Any other clarification before I take us back into committee?
Yes,
oh,
yeah, one
thank
quick clarification. Mr. Applicant, number 8 would also be affected in this revision as well, correct? That would be eliminated.
Number 8, yeah, is going to be removed.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, you do it.
All right. So actually, just to good measure, Mr. Nipfel, we had a motion on the floor. No second, so the motion, he's going to withdraw the motion. Mr. Bartolo?
So, Mr. Chair, you are back in committee?
Yes.
You're back in committee.
Yes, we're back in committee now. Mr. Nipfel has withdrawn his motion, and Mr. Bartolo is going to propose an alternative motion in place.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I'll put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the following revisions: that variances 2, 6, 7, 4, and 8 be eliminated.
And no condition? Or
No,
okay.
the other conditions from the staff report are no longer valid. So there's,
Except for those side main wall heights. Do you want to tie substantially? You're okay. All right, good. Okay, motion by Mr. Bartolo, second by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? All right, that's unanimous. No condition. That motion carries and is approved. Correct. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Romano, was it? Or Benkowski? Yep. Is he? Do we have Mr. Benkowski with us online? All right, let's get him. I can't.
I believe I am here
We're
now,
not,
Mr.
we're
Chair.
not, we got another file.
But I do consider it an honor to be put in the esteem of Mr. Romano, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Benkowski. Yeah, just if you have any questions, just address to staff. As much as I would like to answer questions and be helpful, I'm limited in terms of who I can have a conversation with. Unfortunately not, but you may speak to staff. We can't, we're done with the item, all right? Can raise it with staff. All right, Mr. Benkowski, I apologize, your name and address.
John Edmondskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
All right, thank you, sir. My understanding is you are requesting a deferral on this item.
Correct, Mr. Chair. We, out of nowhere, we received a revised zoning notice about 5 days ago with a rear yard landscaping variance attached to it. We did our best to see if we could make the modification to comply, but unfortunately, we are not able to. Fair
enough. All right. I might also ask, while we have the opportunity, it seems that we will defer this, but there has been some discussion with respect to sightlines and the immediate neighbors, I presume?
I have spoken to the immediate neighbor. I will respectfully decline to comment on those discussions at this time, but I did speak with the adjacent neighbor.
Fair enough. All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Benkowski. Let's take this into committee for decision. Mr. Bartolo.
thank you, Mr. Chair. At the request of the applicant, I'll put forward a motion to defer this application to allow them to make the modifications and review the staff report. Zoning review, thank you.
All right. Second by Mr. Fazeli. All in favor? That carries. Deferral request is approved. Thank you, Mr. Benkowski. All right. That concludes our hearing today. The time is now 10 after 7. Thank you, committee members. Thank you, staff, for all your hard work. That concludes our hearing. We are adjourned. We need a motion to adjourn. Yes, Mr. Nifel, motion to adjourn, second by Mr. Fazali, all in favor. Unanimous, we're adjourned. Thank you.